Good evening. The 20th meeting of the 25th Council will come to order. Councilor Sanchez has notified me he's going to be late. We haven't heard from Councilor Pena yet, but we do have a quorum, and so we will get started. And we will start with the Pledge of Allegiance in English by Councilor Grout and the pledge in Spanish by Councilor Bassan.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you, councilors. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV, on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. Correct myself that this meeting is only on Zoom, and the subsequent 2 meetings of 2022 will be only on Zoom. The live streams can be accessed from your smartphones, tablets, and computers. Also, this meeting is closed caption. So if you need closed captioning, you can enable your device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance in finding a video online. So just call 768-3100 for assistance during business hours, Monday through Friday. If necessary, the council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. We want tonight's proceeding to be as civil and respectful as possible. So in your speaking, please do not make any personal attacks. We'll start with a proclamation and presentation. However, this is by the Lowrider Bike Club program. It's Councilor Pena, but if Jeff Hertz is available, we'll ask Jeff to go ahead and get started with this presentation.
Thank you, Council President, members of the council. I know you guys have a busy meeting tonight, and so I'll be brief with our presentation. So this is an update on Councilor Pena's initiative related to developing a lowrider bike club here in Albuquerque, and I'm just going to give you a quick overview of what we've done so far and where we stand moving forward. So if I could get the next slide, please. So just to give a bit of background on the program, this all stems back to Councilor Pena and her initiative with the cruising task force when she met with Councilor Benton and convened the cruising task force back in December 2017. After that, after working with the task force, there was the repealing of the no cruising ordinance. And from that, we generated a lot of engagement from the lowrider community, right? And it was that process that really began the real work from December 2018 to May 2021, where we developed in collaboration with APD a lowrider police vehicle. And this vehicle was literally a vehicle for change in terms of developing stronger relationships with the lowrider community, business community, and law enforcement. And so in May 2021, we unveiled the police vehicle, and we started getting a lot of national attention from other cities around the country wanting to do something similar. And that's where we also came into contact with Olathe, Kansas, where we learned about their lowrider bike club. Next slide, please. And so it was August of this year that we visited Olathe, Kansas to learn more about their lowrider bike club. Still focused on lowrider culture and using bikes instead as a vehicle for change, right? And so what do we learn from Olathe's bike club program? They're accomplishing a lot of things at the same time, right? But at the heart of it is really the bike and the process of giving students the opportunity to customize these bikes as really a tool for bridging the gap between local law enforcement and the lowrider community and the students, right? And so there's a lot of things happening in kind of creating mentorship opportunities for the students, bringing in police officers, firefighters, and members of the community to provide mentorship for the kids after school. And so we learned a lot from Olathe. If I could go to the next slide, please. This is just a quick snapshot of our trip to Olathe in August. They did a really good job of taking us around the city and making us realize that this is a program that is really deeply embedded within the school system as well as local government departments. And so we learned a lot from that visit, and now we took all that knowledge and we're trying to develop the program here in Albuquerque. Next slide, please. So looking at some of the issues that Olathe's Bike Club was really getting at, and kind of what that means for how we define our program here and which students we're trying to serve. A couple of the things that their Lowrider Bike Club was really trying to address were things like recidivism, gun violence, drug use, gang activity. More than anything, it was very much a proactive approach to trying to support students who might be at risk, right? There was an intervention piece, but a lot of this was preventative, ensuring that kids weren't getting out into the streets and getting into trouble, but having an other alternative to doing something after school. And so on the right side of the slide, these are just some of the thoughts that we have in terms of who we want to design the program around here in Albuquerque. And we're working with our leadership team, a working group to kind of still define that scope. Next slide, please. So really to kind of just give a brief outline of how the program operates, like I say, it all stems around bike customization. And so each student gets a new bike kit. They work with the program coordinator as well as local mentors. And in Olathe, Kansas, they met one time a week after school. And the students get to work on their bike. This is usually in their junior and senior year of high school. And upon completion of high school, they get to keep the bike. And they're also encouraged to try to submit their bike to local competitions or exhibitions. And Olathe, Kansas had a lot of their students do this and really move on to other types of career pathways that were suitable for what they like. So next slide, please. This is a flow chart. I know there's a lot going on here, and I'm happy to share this with you all after the presentation, of course. But just wanted to give kind of an overview of where the funding for this project is coming from, who's involved in kind of shaping the scope, and who it's all serving, right? So a big part of this is coming from funding that we receive from the Drug Enforcement Administration through their Operation Engage program, and then also some funding from Counselor Pena. And so this is all being facilitated through APD to kind of couple what they're doing with the lowrider police vehicle. But in terms of the working group and the implementation of this project, we're working with the county as well as local nonprofits and community partners. So this slide, it'll kind of be a work in progress as we continue to develop the program. Next slide, please. This is just this list is going to keep evolving, of course, but I just wanted to list here some of the different stakeholders that we want to have on the implementation team. And as Olathe, Kansas emphasized when talking to us about the working group, they say that the more hands in the dough, the longer it will last. Their program's been going for quite a few years now. And I think a big part of that success stems from the fact that they had a lot of key players at the table when developing the program. So we intend to do the same here. Next slide, please. This is the last slide. I just wanted to outline some of the goals of the program moving forward, some of our benchmarks, and some of the goals that we actually incorporated into our proposal for the Operation Engage DEA funding program. So just at the top there, in terms of the lowrider police vehicle, just to update everybody on APD's work, over the past couple of years, they've engaged with over 200 youth during after-school community center visits, and 100 of them on school campuses. And so these are one-time engagements, right, where APD comes with the car, has an opportunity to engage with the students. But the goal of the Lowrider Bike Club program is more to develop these ongoing relationships, right, and have that kind of rapport building with police officers and firefighters over a longer period of time. So we have a few goals there about how many students to engage within the first few months of starting the program, how many we hope to get on board over the first year, how many mentors we really want to bring into the mix, and then also a goal for new businesses to get involved as well. And again, at the bottom there, we have a note about how the true value we think of the Lowrider Bike Club is that it's developing these longer term relationships and helping these students, once they finish up with high school, move out into the workplace. And I think that's it. I stand for any questions, and we'll be sure to keep you guys updated on the development of the program as we move forward.
Counselors, any questions or comments on the presentation? I see Counselor Pena has joined us.
Yes, Mr. President, I just want to thank Jeff for the presentation. I just asked him to go out to Olathe and just wanted him to kind of update council, because I think this is something that could benefit us citywide in different areas of the city. And you know, one of the things that Olathe has done is they implement this within the school system, which is really cool. And I think it's probably, a model that we have to, would like to replicate. But really, some of the conversations we've been having with the DEA and some folks from Bernalillo County is really how do we kind of get to the students that are on the periphery of that, maybe through alternatives, through incarceration and other methods. So, it's still in its development stages. We're looking forward to implementing it. This is something that actually Senator Mo Maestas had talked about us doing many years. And then we learned about Olathe later, and, just seeing how their program operates and whether it's something that we really should consider. And the work that they've been doing is they partner kind of with everybody to get this done. And the DEA has been having these conversations. He's talked to the Bernalillo County folks. They're interested. APD's interested. We've talked to some other nonprofits who are interested. So as it progresses, we'll definitely keep you posted. But I think it's something that the initial funding that we have is very limited. So we're kind of going to do a small tester, but hopefully it'll grow and expand, because I think when I'm always talking about all the underlying issues that we need to address, other than, incarceration for all these other things that are happening in our city, we really need to look towards prevention and intervention. So thank you, Jeff, and thank you for allowing the time for the presentation, Mr. President.
Thank you, Counselor. Any questions or comments from the council? Just quickly, I just want to express my appreciation for the mentorship angle here as a former big brother myself, and which is something that has been and remains very rewarding in my life. Mentorship is a big deal, and every opportunity we get to connect with a young person, even if it's on a fairly minor scale, that every chance to connect with a younger person, especially those who have perhaps a difficult home situation, is so important. So thanks, Counselor. All right, then I don't see any other questions, so we'll move on. to economic development. We have no economic development presentation tonight. And that takes us straight to general public comments. And people signed up here to speak. And members of the public can provide live public comments to the council virtually if they've signed up on public comment for the instructions published on the agenda, which is typically published on the Friday before the meeting. Here are the public comment ground rules. Each participant has 2 minutes to present. Comments are to be addressed to the councilors only through the president. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. So again, 2-minute time limit. A bell will ring to indicate your time is up. Mr. Cornelius, please call the name of the first speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just so you're aware, we came in a little early. I'm worried.
Is that me or do you lose sound?
I think it got muted on their end.
Mr. Grant?
Yes, sir. You called by name, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Well, good evening, city councilors. I'm glad to once again be a voice for both the large and small property owners here in Albuquerque and beyond. My name is Steve Grant, as you probably know. I'm a small property owner here in Albuquerque and the current president of the Apartment Association, representing thousands of owners throughout New Mexico. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you one more time. It's come to my attention, our attention, I should say, that two newly proposed ordinances, 2259 residential rental permit ordinance and 2260 residential tenant protection ordinance are being introduced this evening. As you remember, I stood in front of you all not too long ago expressing our vital concerns regarding rent control, which we appreciate your support in that area. Our members will be seriously concerned about the several items within these newly proposed documents, and therefore we are adamantly against these proposed concepts and fully oppose the new introduced ordinance. Couple questions to just think about. As we've talked about before, are we going to be the city that wants to continue growing in a positive direction with new job growth, new company expansions, and yes, future housing? Or are we going to be a city that's going to be so hard to deal with that businesses and future investors decide not to deal with Albuquerque and run away from us? I don't think we want that, do we? And lastly, we all know we're in the middle of a housing shortage, and I have empathy with this situation. And therefore, I'm eager, as well as many property owners and developers, to work with the city to find solutions for our housing concerns. We appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant.
Mr. President, we had 7 other people signed up to speak, but they are not present in the attendees waiting room. So that does conclude general public comment.
Okay, and Mr. Grant, just quickly, appreciate your advocacy. Appreciate our years as many years together as your my constituents, and all you've done for redevelopment in the Edo area, and certainly want to hear the details of. I personally, speaking for myself, want to hear the details of what the association has to say, and also ask the association to support in any way you can the housing initiative that the mayor announced. So, you know, it's got a lot of good stuff in there. It's going to be sometimes controversial because people are afraid of new development in their neighborhoods, and it's understandable sometimes, but we've got to do things differently if we're going to increase the housing stock. A big part of the challenge. Thanks for being here.
I agree. Thank you. And I know there's some things to be happening with the IDO and some changes that seem to be a very positive direction. And so I think many of those are good, but and I'm not saying everything in the ordinance is bad, but I just think that we need to really carefully consider what we're looking at doing.
I'm sure you and the association will be reaching out to councilors.
We will.
Thank
you.
You.
Bet. Thank you, Mr. President and councilors. We appreciate you.
Mr. President, we did have one more late bloomer, so to speak. That is Karen Navarro.
Oh, good evening, counselors. And I'm so sorry I'm so late. I just jumped on the call. Tonight I wanted to talk about the need for a winter moratorium on breaking up and moving encampments. Last week, a Quaker friend and I donated lots of blankets, coats, and hats to ACS staff for them to give to people who are freezing out on the streets. The irony is these same items that keep people warm are likely to be swept up by solid waste or Parks and Rec in the city's relentless organized encampment sweeps. Tonight, I'm calling on Mayor Keller's administration to declare this winter moratorium on making unhoused people move unless their camp poses an immediate hazard. Immediate hazard is narrowly defined by city policy as creating an immediate risk of serious injury or death to encampment residents or others, or is within 10 feet of a public facility where children are present, or is located where fire restrictions have been imposed. Please, Mayor Keller, declare a winter moratorium on all removals of encampments that are not immediate hazards. I know that even when notice is given, having one's makeshift home dismantled or destroyed is traumatic. In wintertime sweeps can create a serious crisis, leaving unhoused persons to feel totally devastated and defeated. Sweeps are harmful to people's well-being and should be curtailed, yet they happen on a regular basis and are considered routine by the city. I don't understand this. Also, the administration still has never established a working policy for storing unhoused persons' personal property after a sweep and a process for notifying them where they can reclaim their property. Birth certificates, photos and address books, immigration documents, eyeglasses, prescription meds, all other personal property are being swept up and thrown into the back of trucks along with people's tents. These tents are their homes. Thank you very much, and I apologize for being so late.
That does wrap up general public comment, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. We'll go now to administration question and answer period. Counselors, any questions for the administration? I see Counselor Davis, followed by Counselor Grout so far.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is really brief, but perhaps for the mayor's conference room or for Mr. Real, I know we've had some conversations in the previous meetings about the city's policy towards qualifying or determining who is a valid media outlet. We've heard from folks like ABQ Raw. We've also gotten some comments back about some of the city's PIOs and some of their messages they put out on Twitter in particular lately. I wonder, Mr. Real, if you have somebody that could give us an update on the city's policies. I understand you're making some changes and improving our processes there, and perhaps we could schedule that for our next city council meeting so that we have time to prepare.
Mr. President and Councilor Davis, we have made some changes in our policies and procedures that will accommodate ABQ RA in particular, as you all have been having those conversations, I know, at the council meetings, but we'd be happy to do a more formal presentation to you about how that policy works and moving forward, how we're going to manage those situations in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Real. And yeah, we don't have to make it long, but I know that y'all made some updates, and I want to be sure that other members of the press know that you all are working on that as well. And for us too, to know that how to manage and how to interact and respond to some of those concerns. So we look forward to that, Mr. President. If we have time in our next agenda, it'd be great to add that to our presentations for just a minute or two. It'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure we'll have time to add that. It's an important topic. Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple of questions for Director Pierce. Thank you for being here. What is the timeline for getting unhoused people into the Gateway Center?
Council President Benton and Councilor Grout, thank you for the questions. Our timeline for getting unhoused people into the Gateway Center is winter, spring of 2023. And that will be for women initially, 50 women, and then that will expand to men in the future.
Thank you. Is there any possibility we could get them in before the end of this year? Because we've had some cold evenings lately.
Council President Benton and Councillor Grout, we can certainly look at that. We've had discussions about what we could do with the construction that's underway, about what we could do, but we're pedal to the metal to get that facility ready.
Okay, thanks. And is there a possibility that we could use the parking lot on the south side of the gateway for any kind of safe outdoor space for parking? Is that a possibility? Yes or no?
Council President Benton and Councillor Grout. But the answer is no, and that the city itself, we aren't operating those safe outdoor spaces. Our private entities, private organizations are taking the lead on that.
Okay, thank you. And then I just have a couple of other questions for APD, Mr. President. I just recently heard that APD is dismantling the open space police division, and I was wondering why. And then my follow-up question would be, what are they doing with the $1.4 million that was appropriated to that department?
Mr. President, Councilor Grott, this is Deputy Chief Brown. So right now, the open space is set to be dissolved and incorporated into the Field Services Bureau coming to bid in January. One of the things to look at on that is we're paying sworn personnel to open and close gates for open space areas. So we're going to allocate PSAs to do that job. Part of that funding stream, and I apologize for the late notice on the question. I'll have more for you later. But the way that we look at it is this right now is this is something that's currently funded. It's still going to take place of the maintenance costs of a lot of the equipment and upkeep, as well as when we're still going to have collaterals that are going to come in, and it's going to take some time. They'll be up and going by the time that transition takes place to go back into the field. We'll have collateral people that can come in and take it. But I think it's also important to remember as well is that the New Mexico state is the one who's primary on search and rescue for the state. We've always been kind of as a backup role in that. But again, it's going to take some time to gather up what the full financial funding is going to be for that. And I can get more back to you on that one.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all, Mr. President. Thank you.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would be interested in that as well, because as you know, we have a lot of vehicle dumping and we have some of those four-wheel drive cars that are out there, and there's a lot of gunshots that I get reports from my constituents on. So I'd be interested to know. I didn't realize that they were just opening and closing gates. So I'd be interested to know what's going to happen there, and if that's what they were doing. I'd like to look more into who we have out there. Kind of, I know Bernalillo County, the Sheriff's Department has some folks out there, but anyway, interested. But my question is I think we have Director Whalen here. At the last meeting, I was talking about the encampment policy. I know he was explaining it to us, and it was, for me, I'm more of a visual person, so I had asked that he prepare a flow chart for us, and I think he has it ready and available. So if he can talk a little bit about our encampment policy.
Council President and Council Pena, yes, we should have a copy uploaded that we can share. I did provide that.
We provided it to Garrett.
We provided it to Garrett. So if he wants to pull that up, I can walk you through it. I sent that as well as a Word document. So the slideshow, we downloaded all the information to Word. And this flow chart is kind of the overview of how things work based on each encampment. So I don't know if we have it to share.
Yeah, just a minute.
Got it.
Perfect. Council President, Council Pena. So if you look, the very top layer is what happens when encampments are reported. So you can see in that slide, and if you look at the Word document, if you use that hand in hand with this flow chart, it'll tell you kind of what happens. So either residents report it through 311, the 311 app, or through the city website. Those are then recorded by us. or if city departments, council services, constituent services, or other government agencies, which include ACS, APD, AFR, Parks and Recreation, NMDOT, or APS. It all comes through that first level, which goes to our initial contact services, which is offered and assessed by Family and Community Services or Solid Waste Management Department. Now, it's clear to see there, if it's offered by Solid Waste Management Department, it's because maybe APD or APS has seen an encampment and they say there's no individuals there. If there are no individuals located there, it's treated as illegal dumping, and our Solid Waste Management Department can go and assess it and remove the items and look at what is left behind. If there are individuals that located there, then Family Community Services has outreach providers that they go and they make the initial contact. They either provide an immediate hazard, priority 2, priority 1, which is immediate hazard, priority 2, which is 24 to 72 hours, or a priority 3, which is 72-hour notice, and they engage those individuals and they let them know they cannot be there. And you can see through the flow chart, if it's a priority 1, services are always offered as we give the notice. And then if it's priority 1, it's clean. Priority 2, because we have to piggyback off of priority 1s. If we have the resources, we clean it within 24 to 72 hours, which usually happens in a park, a community center, or areas where there's children's programming, or elementary schools or high schools located near that Parks and Rec helps with. And not only we clean it, but Parks and Rec helps us as well. And so if you go to priority 3, that's where a 72-hour notice is given. And then we will go after 72 hours and address the situation. Now, there's that one line that says if it's a private property, then we need to engage planning so that they can go assess the property. If it's an immediate hazard, we work right away with planning to address it. But we contact the property owner to let them know that it's a private property and they need to address it by signs, fencing, or whatever they need to do. Now, if we get no response, we issue what's called a clean and lien, which means the city will clean it, but then where there is a cost associated with it. And so those are your 3 branches on this chart, and it's a high level, but then at the very bottom, it says these services engaged as needed based on assessment. So no matter what kind of priority it is, whether it's priority 1, priority 2, or priority 3, if we need APD, we engage them immediately and they assist us. If we need AFR, they assist us. And if the individuals require more services, that's when we engage ACS. And per the presentation that we gave last week, ACS has no enforcement capabilities. They just go to offer more resources, or if at the time we address the encampment, resources are needed or transportation is needed, ACS will come and assist us. So that's why you have that box at the bottom, and that's why it's a dotted line instead of a straight line, because those resources are only engaged if needed.
Thank you, Director Whalen.
And that one, I apologize, that shouldn't even be there. That was just a secondary piece of paper.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, if you don't mind. Thank you, Director. I appreciate the presentation. I just want to go back to kind of the private property one, because I think this is one that we hear a lot about. Just to ask the question is that, so what's the time frame on that? Because we have, private property owners who say they're on their property and they don't get removed, encampments don't get removed, but then the property owner is responsible for what's left behind?
Council President, yes. So let me walk you through that process. So usually when it's private property, they're usually not immediate hazards because they're a vacant lot or an abandoned house that no longer is being rented and people have begun to squat in. So what we do is we go and we assess it and we let the people know they can't be there. Then planning and their code enforcers let the owner know, like, you need to engage APD, which we notify APD, and APD will go and let them know that they're trespassing. And we kind of work with the owner to try and get them off. And if the owner is cooperative, we really work with them to try and address that situation. Where the clean and liens come into place is when we have no response from an owner. We try and get a hold of them and they just don't even respond, or they're like, whatever. We don't have anything to do with it. And so that's where a clean and lien comes into play. So we do try and work with them. And I know in your district, there are several areas around Tower Park that we've addressed in the past, but we've always engaged planning and the owner before we do anything. And because they're not in immediate hazards, we give that 72 hours, but then we also want to give the owner time to either put up a fence, put up a sign, and engage APD. But if it's an immediate hazard, we really do look at each situation and we will address it if it's putting the general public or the residents in hazard.
Mr. President, thank you. Those are all the questions I have. I really appreciate all the work you put into this, Director. Thank you very much.
Question from Councilor Sanchez. Is that for Mr. Whelan, Councilor?
It was going to be for the police administration.
Okay, so any other questions for Director Whelan? I have a quick question for him before we move on. Director, the priority one includes the word obstruction. Is that obstruction of a right of way or a public sidewalk?
Council President, it's any obstruction that puts either the resident of the encampment or the general public in an immediate hazard. And the example I like to give is if you were walking down a sidewalk and it caused you to go into a street because it impedes your ability to walk down a sidewalk, that's an immediate hazard. But it also is an immediate hazard because as it's on a sidewalk, if a car were to veer off the road, it puts those residents who put the obstruction there in harm's way. But it also includes our bus stops, because what that does is it impedes people from being able to go into our bus stops and wait for a bus to come pick them up. So anything that's attached to city property or those type of things, we deem an immediate hazard, but we always offer resources before we remove any encampment. And Director Pierce can tell you we have plenty of beds during the winter. We offer, ACS offers transportation. So there is a cooperative effort to get people to our resources. The problem sometimes lies where people don't want resources.
Yeah, just to follow up, Director. So I understand exactly what you're saying. What I'm wondering about is the public's right of passage. For instance, I understand if you're forced out into a street that's an immediate hazard if you're a pedestrian or perhaps a cyclist. And then speaking of cyclists, like what about our trail system? The Arroyo Trail, the Caselda or Noreste or whatever it's called, that passes through these arroyos. I mean, a cyclist might have no option, or someone walking on these trails might have no option other than to leave the trail or to have their path obstructed.
Councilor Benton, Council President, yes, we address those. We work with Parks and Rec on a weekly, sometimes semi-weekly basis. So they're responsible for open space areas. However, we do assist them if they need additional resources, but we do all the trails and all of the water areas that go along the ditch bank on I-40 and I-25, because those are immediate hazards. When you have people setting up camps, if there's a rain out, they can get washed out. So we try and address those as soon as possible. And we do deem trails immediate hazards, and we try and address those within 24 hours.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other questions for Director Whelan, we'll go to Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a question for the police administration, and also in reference to open space. Me being a former police officer, I know that there's a lot of equipment, millions of dollars worth of equipment, that since the open space is going away, is going to be left idle. I know they have airboats, they have other equipment that needs to be utilized. Using PSAs is going to be a dangerous situation because they're using PSAs in remote areas of the city that the normal regular officer does not go into. And I'm just really worried about using PSAs where officers should be used. This is a situation where we have many individuals who are out there recreating in these remote areas, and we need to make sure that these individuals are protected. Also, we have some very, very important natural resources, which is the Bosque up on the west side, the open space areas that are in and all around, and on the east side, could prevent fires, could prevent other damage that's going on just by the mere presence of a police officer versus a PSA. I'm also concerned that we're slowly dwindling away at every at all of these specialized units. And it concerns me because it's obvious that the field services who needs the help, and I get that they need the help, but it also concerns me that we're still not filling the ranks again. When DC Franklin was here, he was providing a monthly report for me in reference to what the standards were and the status was on what was going on with field services and boots on the ground handling calls for service. And I know the chief himself had admitted that we are going backwards instead of forwards in terms of filling the ranks for field services. But if that's where we need to go, then I think we need to have more people in field services than anywhere else. But what about the equipment? Right now, we have no SWAT team, no gang unit. As far as I know, 1 or 2 detectives in narcotics and no open space. And we have millions of dollars of equipment just sitting idle. And I think it all goes back to making sure that we build the ranks at the rank and file level. And it almost seems like that's not happening. So I would like to get that monthly report back online. It stopped coming to me the minute DC Franklin went away. And that report was extremely helpful to see where APD stands in reference to our manpower.
President, Councilor Sanchez. So that's a lot to unpack. That was quite a bit. So let me start off with the monthly report that Director Franklin gave you. We can look at getting you that back. That's an easy ask. And then as far as the equipment goes, like I said, we're going to have collateral officers who are still able to respond to some of those situations where the airboat would be used, some of the high angle rescue equipment and things like that. It still is in the process now of being worked out on how that's going to look. I can get you more on that later too. But as far as having PSAs, so as far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't have the PSAs out there on an airboat. That's something that they have to be trained on. The officers have to be trained on. They have to be certified to use. So all the certified equipment that we have is going to be properly still be maintained, and it will be used just by collateral officers. The use of the PSAs are going to segment into having, those officers back in the field and, having those boots on the ground, taking calls for service.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Brown.
See any other questions from councilors? So we will now move on to the approval of the journal. Vice President Lewis, if you're there.
Move approval of the November 7th journal.
And we see a second from Councilor Bassan. Thank you. And we'll go to the roll call.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Bubelkorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grau.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. We'll go to communications and introductions. Are there any changes to the letter of introduction? I have one. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing EC 191 on tonight's agenda for action. EC 191 is approval of the fiscal year 23 contracts to provide supportive housing vouchers for families and individuals experiencing homelessness. This is a rule suspension requiring 2/3 vote. There's a motion, I'm assuming that's a motion by Councilor Feeblecorn. And is there a second? Councilor Grout, thank you. And we'll go to the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Pivocorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes,
passes unanimously.
thank you. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've been trying for some time now to get the money out to the Neighborhoods program that this council approved earlier in the year. And we finally have an answer to that. So I will move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R82 on tonight's agenda for action. R82 is formalizing the city's urban tree canopy grant program.
And I'll second that motion. I see Councilor Davis actually seconded it. Thank you. And again, this is a rule suspension requiring a 2/3 vote. If there are no questions or discussion, we'll go to the roll call.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Pivocorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena, Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes,
it's unanimous.
thank you. Vice President Lewis.
Mr. President, I move approval of the letter.
Thank you. And there's a second from Councilor Bassan. Go to the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Pivocorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes,
passes unanimous.
thank you. We'll move now to reports of committees. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I knew you'd ask me as soon as I lost my place.
FGO report.
Yes, sir. Could you pass me just a minute, Mr. President? I've got to reboot my Adobe.
I can read it out if you like, Councilor.
My apologies. That would be super helpful, Mr. President.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you, Mr. Chair. The Finance and Government Operations Committee met on Monday, November 14th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of EC 150 and EC 153, that it be approved. In the matter of EC 121, that receipt be noted. In the matter of 045 and 053, that they do pass. In the matter of 039, 040, and 049, that they do pass as substituted. In the matter of 042, that it do not pass. In the matter of 046, 048, and R76, that they do pass as amended. I make a motion to accept the committee reports. And there's a second from Councilor Bassan. Thank you. Any discussion? We'll go to a vote. Ms. Montoya.
Mr. President.
Yeah, please.
A point of clarification, and I may have to ask Mr. Melendez, and thank you, Mr. President, for covering me there. On the matter that was reported as a do not pass, if we accept this committee report this evening, that bill essentially dies. Is that correct, Mr. Melendez?
Mr. President, Councilor Davis, yes, that is correct.
Mr. President, I may ask Mr. Melendez to help me with this a little bit. I think this is a matter, one of those things where just a few councilors heard it in committee, but I think it's important enough. It relates to choice voting and a discussion we've had for quite some time. I think that the whole council should hear it. And so I understand that perhaps Mr. Melendez, we want to make a motion to change or to modify the report or report it out separately so we can have a separate vote. Is that correct?
Mr. President and Councilor Davis, yes, the rules do have a provision that I guess could be described as supporting the minority in the event that a minority of a committee wanted a bill to pass, but the committee recommended it do not pass. The way that that's been handled in the past is for when the committee report is read out to vote first on the bills that a motion maker wants to accept from the committee, and then to make a separate motion as to the bill that someone would like to reject the committee report on. So in this instance, if that is the preferred path for 042, then the motion would be to accept the committee report as to all matters except for 042, and then subsequently a separate motion to reject the committee report as to 042. The rules have a special voting standard for that type of approach, and essentially it requires only 4 votes to reject a committee report on something that received a do not pass. If that vote is successful by a vote of 4, then it's placed on the agenda at the next meeting of the city council.
I knew you would know the answer, Mr. Melendez. I think I've done this once in 7 years, but I knew it was more complicated than we make it. I'd like to request, since the president made the motion on my behalf, if you'd be willing to make the modified motion to accept the committee reports except for relating to 042, so that the whole council can hear this question and make that decision at our next meeting, if we can get that motion done as well. Would the president be willing to modify his motion?
Counselor, I don't think this is going anywhere, but I'll withdraw my motion and you can make a motion.
Okay, I appreciate it. I know it's a little technical and I appreciate the patience. Mr. President, I would make the motion that we accept the committee reports for all matters except 042.
Is there a second? Second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Any discussion, councilors? I think Mr. Melendez clarified this situation. So there's a motion to accept the report with the exception of the bill referenced. So, Councilor Sanchez, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I just wanted to bring up to my memory what 042 was.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. 042 is a proposal for ranked choice voting that's been presented by the clerk and brought to the council. We've talked about it before, and I think it just deserves the full council since everybody's up for election and had different opinions. And so rejecting this committee report would allow the full council to hear it at our next meeting.
Any other questions? We'll go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan,
No.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
No.
Mr. President. Oops. I want to make sure really quick, and I apologize to jump in during the middle of the vote, but this motion is to accept the report as to all of the bills that were recommended to be approved. A rejection of this motion will result in all of those bills failing if the motion proceeds as the way it looks like it may be proceeding.
Mr. President, if I may ask Mr. Melendez, then do I need to ask for a recount then? Or since we didn't finish?
Mr.
Because
President,
it's my understanding that I was voting backwards then.
Mr. President, I think at this point it may just be easiest to for Ms. Hinojos to start the roll call vote from the beginning.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones, Counselor Jones,
Counselor Jones, you are muted.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Jones? That passes on an 8-0 vote.
And so.
Got it. I'm sorry, I'm back on. I couldn't get the button right. May I vote, Mr. President?
Yes, please.
I vote yes.
All right, Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I realize this is a little bit odd and may take up too much time, but I'll make a motion that in the matter of 042 that we reject.
Get off of you, but
I'm sorry, couldn't hear.
Mr. President, it's the second half of the one we just started. I make a motion and then in a matter of 042 that we reject the committee report from FGO so that it can come to our next council meeting on a full agenda for the full council to hear.
There a second? Second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Any other discussion? This will be now to reject the committee report. And for the purpose of allowing just this one item? Is that the motion?
Mr. President, that's correct. The first motion included all of the other items that were recommended to be approved. This second motion is only to reject the committee report as to 042.
All right. Thank you for that clarification. We'll go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan?
No.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grouch?
No.
Counselor Jones?
yes.
Counselor Lewis?
No.
Counselor Pena?
No.
Counselor Pena?
No, I don't know if there's a delay, but
Thank you. Counselor Sanchez?
No.
Counselor Benton?
Yes.
That passes on a 4-5 vote.
Mr. President,
Yes, Councilor Jones.
may I reconsider my vote? I'm sorry, I was listening to a phone call and wasn't paying attention.
Yes, you may.
My vote is yes.
That was your original vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. My vote is no.
There you go.
All right, thank you.
I'm not being- On the 36.
What was that result?
I'm sorry, that fails on a 3-6 vote.
That fails on a 3-6 vote. Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you for indulging me, Mr. President.
All right. We'll move on then to the report of the Public Safety Committee. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Public Safety Committee met on Tuesday, November 15th and reports out the following items. In the matter of EC-161, that it be approved. I make a motion to accept the committee reports.
There's a second from Councilor Grout. Any discussion? We'll go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grouch?
Yes.
Counselor Jones?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yeah.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yeah. Yes, I'm sorry.
Counselor Benton?
Yes,
Unanimous.
thank you. We'll go to Councilor Jones for the LUPS Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee met on Wednesday, November 16th, and reports out the following items. In the matter of R74, that it do pass as amended. I make a motion to accept the committee report as to R74.
I'm looking at the script and I think it may be out of order. There was a second matter. Councilor
That
Jones.
I will, Mr. President, I will address that next.
Okay, so there's a motion that it do pass as amended. And there was a second from Councilor Feeblecorn, correct? Thank you. All right, we'll go to the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Pivocorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
that's unanimous.
So is there, my understanding, there was a second motion to be made?
Yes, there is, Mr. President, if you would, in the matter of 033, that it do not pass.
Mr. President, I make a motion to reject the committee report on O2233 and place the matter on the December 5th council agenda for action.
Are those conflicting motions? No, okay. And there's a second on that from Councilor Grout. The motion as stated by Councilor Bassan. Any discussion? But to be clear, a yes vote on this will reject the committee report, and this will for this one item, and it will be put on the subsequent meeting for discussion. Go ahead and call the vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
No.
Counselor Pivocorn,
No.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
No.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
No.
that passes on a 5-4 vote.
All right, thank you. That concludes our reports. We'll go to deferrals and withdrawals. Councilors, any deferrals or withdrawals at this time? We do have one from Councilors Feeblecorn, Pena, and Bassan, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is 041, amending the Intergovernmental Relations Ordinance to update Intergovernmental Relations Committee membership, the ability of the committee to convene, the intergovernmental coordination responsibilities of the committee, development of the federal and state priorities resolution, review of obligations, move a deferral to December 5th.
And there's a second from Councilor Bassan. There's no discussion. We'll go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Pivocorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
it's unanimous.
All right. Next is myself. This is by request 050, approving a project involving Craftworks LLC pursuant to the LEDA and city ordinance to support the acquisition, renovation, and improvement of a beverage manufacturing and distribution facility in Albuquerque. I move a deferral to December 5th. And a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. We'll move to a vote if there's no discussion.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Pivocorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Unanimous.
All right. And Councilor Pena, R70.
Thank you, Mr. President. R70 is requiring a transit system security incident response tactical plan, quarterly reporting of security calls for service in the transit system, and development of a long-term security plan for the operation and facilities of the Albuquerque Transit Department. I move a deferral to December 5th.
And there's a second from Councilor Grout. Any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to a vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Pivocorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yeah.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes,
It's unanimous.
thank you. We'll move to the consent agenda. Are there any changes to the consent agenda? Counselor Grout.
Mr. President, I'd like to pull item O, EC 174 off the consent agenda. EC 174 is Nasser Al-Khani. RVT requests 1200 Hideaway Lane Southeast right-of-way vacation project. Vacation of public right-of-way for all or a portion of Lot 6, Fort Hills Village 21st installment zoned R-1D. Located on 1200 Hideaway Lane between Stagecoach Road Southeast and I-40, containing approximately 3.0791 acres.
And there's a second from Counselor Sanchez. Is that correct, Counselor?
You don't need to vote.
You don't need to vote.
You have a different item to pull. I'll
That's
second.
correct.
Oh, that is second. Okay, thank you. So that's a motion to pull item O, EC 174. And that's just a councilor's prerogative, correct? I also want to pull one item. This is item B, approval of the Housing and Economic Development Fund 2022 10-year plan. This is an EC as it's described, approving this plan. This is a fund of $6 or so million that's been in place going back to the 1980s, I think, if I remember correctly. And there was an advisory committee that was reformulated a few years back, I think in the last year of the Berry administration, which has been taking a look at this fund and this plan, this 10-year plan that is required. I was, just full disclosure, on a phone call with some of the members. It was not a majority of that committee, but some of the members were present of the advisory committee who had a concern about this plan, in that it's very similar to previous plans that were initially proposed back in the 80s and 90s and 2000s, or the aught years of the 2000 of our new century, so to speak. And the concern is these are a lot of the same aspirations, but for only $6 million, this is a long list of expectations. And the discussion in this Zoom meeting that I attended was that there needs to be more prioritization. I mean, they need to hone in some way on the very top issues. By the way, the one of which always comes out on top is housing. And let the others fall back, or at least make clear what the top issue is. And I don't see, is Ms. Pierce, Director Pierce, still here? This fund is administered under Family Community Services. So I don't mean to catch you by surprise, Director Pierce, but do you get what we're driving at here? I think there's a concern that there might just be a small change to this plan that just makes very clear the limitations of what $6 million will do, and what the very top priority, one or two perhaps, should be.
Counselor Benton, I do understand, I think, what you're suggesting with that money to prioritize. I know the plan was approved by the committee members, and that's why it's before you. But I mean, are you suggesting that if what the plan includes, that it goes back to the committee to look at what we would rank order as the top priorities with that money?
Well, that was kind of the question, and we haven't. I haven't pulled this yet and we haven't voted on the consent agenda yet. I'm willing to let this go, but I think I understand that also that it was voted upon by a majority of that committee. So not to override what those members did, but this is a concern. And maybe there's just, I'll just ask this, maybe we leave this on consent and go ahead and get the report passed, but would you object to having a follow-up meeting of the committee where they might discuss this possible prioritization and reality check, if you will?
Counselor Benton, always open to have a follow-up meeting with the committee. I appreciate you leaving it on consent. And yes, we could get back with the committee to discuss. I appreciate you recognizing that the committee had approved that plan, but there may be some other discussion at a committee meeting would be useful.
Thanks. So I will leave that item for the record on the consent agenda, and hopefully we can. Well, Director, if you could touch base with the committee and just you can blame it on me and say that they're having to re-meet because Councilor Benton asked that they at least look at it again, but perhaps there could be some sort of form of addendum that it might also come down as an EC.
Okay.
So that's my request. So we'll just have the one item unless there's anything else to be pulled.
Mr. President.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was actually looking at the map, and I know you have a question about priorities. My question is how the area was selected. I'm also looking at the map and noticed that even if you cross the river, there's some pockets of poverty west of the river. And I just want to know, how we deal with the west side in reference to this. We all are one council district 1, 2, and 3 now across the river, right in that area. And I know for a fact there's some pockets of poverty in the area on the southwest, northwest, and right across the river in your area. So I was just really curious about that, and I'd really like to look at it in reference to if I can ask Ms. Pierce how the area was selected and if there's any possibility, maybe more money or actually even extending west of the river as well to help some of the west side residents.
Counselor, I'll try to just interject quickly and then we'll go to Director Pierce. But as I said, this pocket of poverty was declared in
1993.
1987 was the
87.
ordinance, and then 1993 was the establishment of that fund. So it's a relic, Counselor, and I don't disagree at all with what you're saying, but I think I'll ask Counselor or Director Pierce to clarify, but I don't think under law and under the creation of that original program that we could adjust the map at this point. In fact, within the original pocket of poverty, there are a couple neighborhoods who have pulled themselves out of poverty, i.e. the downtown neighborhood, north and west of downtown. It absolutely would not qualify in today's day and age, but this is a relic, and most of the money has been spent, of course, over the years, but this is what's left. But I'll ask Director Pierce to perhaps elaborate.
Mr. President, since I'm probably the relic that we're talking about, I was the chief administrative officer when this fund and this program was established. Quick history, this is the Beta West building, which is the big building that is on the south side of Civic Plaza, was built with a UDAG grant, Urban Development and Action Grant, that was given to the city in the 80s under Mayor Schultz's administration to build the Hyatt building and the Beta West building. One of the requirements was that neighborhoods around the site where this was constructed were to be hired as part of the development and part of the investment in helping the pocket of poverty neighborhoods find employment for individuals that lived in those areas. Unfortunately, as things might start out with great intentions, that did not work out. And in 1993, the developers of the project basically turned and gave the city back a portion of that UDAG fund that was not utilized. And the federal requirements were that we were to identify the same pocket of poverty that was used to get the grant to put these funds into a revolving loan fund or a fund to be used for the pocket of poverty that was identified and that is shown in this map that you see before you, Councilor Sanchez. So unfortunately, we can't amend the map because this is required under the grant in the federal law that governed the program back in the 80s. And to the point that Councilor Benton made is that now the fund is still in existence. It has been used for various purposes throughout the years, but the actual communities identified in the map are the only communities that can utilize the funds, as the requirement under the federal law was to reinvest into those communities. So I understand your interest perhaps in wanting to modify and use other areas in your side of the city, but unfortunately, this is really restricted to those areas identified under the map. I hope that gives you a little bit more of a flavor. This is a long-standing fund that really does need to have some review of it, and I think we're supportive of Councilor Benton's thoughts about going back and having a conversation with the community about potentially maybe restructuring a little bit the use of that. But anyway, that's the history and the structure of the process, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr. Rao. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm good with what's going on, so I'm okay with it now that I got the explanation.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead with the consent as agended or as amended or as removed by by Councilor Grout, and we'll go to a vote on the consent. Oh, hold it. Yeah, there's really not normally any, and actually the rules state that there's no debate on consent agenda. You can remove something if you wish to. Councilor, do you want to remove anything else from the consent agenda? Let's go to a vote then.
Mr. President, were you talking to me?
No, it was actually Councilor Pena, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I was just, there's no debate, but there was a lot of debate going on. So I just want to get some clarification. So we're talking about,
Councilor, I made the mistake of starting a discussion on this, but we're not going to continue to debate. It's against the council rules.
okay, so then I have a clarifying question. So
It was my mistake.
okay, but I have a clarifying question. So EC 22-140, is that being pulled from the consent agenda currently?
It is not.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to a vote.
Need a motion.
I'll move approval of the consent agenda. Second with Councilor Bassan, go to a vote.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Peterson.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Councilor Grout, we'll go to EC 174.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask Matt, in Council Services and Director Varela in Planning a little bit about this EC 174. If could you give us some background on this right-of-way vacation?
Mr. President, Councilor Grout, I will give my understanding. We do have representatives from the planning department here, Jay Rodenbeck, and we also do have representatives of the applicant, I believe, online as well. The background to my understanding is that this subdivision, Hideaway Lane, which is far southeast corner of the city, was platted prior to the adoption of the IDO in 2017. And so when this subdivision was fully constructed, the stormwater inlet that serves the lot that the applicant is building a single family home on was not constructed up to city standards. And so the applicant, when submitting his building permit, which was approved, is not actually able to obtain a certificate of occupancy until that stormwater inlet was brought up to city standards, or the other solution being a vacation of the land and that stormwater inlet, so that all responsibility for maintenance of this system falls onto the property owner and not the city, essentially removing some heavy cost burden of bringing that up to city standard, but as well just, finding hopefully a comparable solution, and also being able to give a certificate of occupancy to the applicant.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple more questions. If this right-of-way is vacated, will Hideaway Lane end in a cul-de-sac or in a driveway?
Mr. President, Councilor Grout, my understanding is that it will end into the applicant's driveway at the end of Hideaway Lane. I'm getting a nod from planning as well.
Okay. And then is there adequate space for emergency vehicles to turn around if necessary?
That is, Mr. President, Councilor Grout, that is something I would like to turn over to Jay from the planning department, or Mr. Rodenbeck.
Good evening. This is Jay Rodenbeck. I'm a planning manager with Development Review Services and consulting with Principal Engineer Ernest Armijo with our transportation section and City Engineer Shahab Biazar. Mr. Armijo mentioned the presence of a bulb to the south of this site where vehicles can turn around.
Okay.
All
right. And that would be adequate? Would be okay?
This is Jay Rodenbeck again. I'll just note that this will have to go, if approved by the city council, this right-of-way vacation will have to come back for a platting action. And at that time, city staff will look at DPM and IDO requirements at that time.
Okay.
And including pertaining to access and turnaround requirements.
Okay. Right. That's all, Mr. President. I will move to approve EC 174.
There's a motion. There's a second from Councilor Batsan. Any further discussion? We'll go to a vote.
Councilor Batsan.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Peebles.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
That's passed unanimously.
Thank you, councilors, and thank you, Ms. Hinojos. We'll move to announcements. Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's saying my internet's unstable, so I was trying to play around with it. So apologize for that. There will be an intergovernmental legislative relations committee meeting on Friday, December 2nd at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
You. And we'll go to public hearings now. Item A is AC 2219. Jack C. Skinner appeals the zoning hearing examiner's decision to deny a variance of 3 to the required 8 residents in the community residential facility for Lot 1, Block B, Monterey Manor, located at 12,105 Sierra Grande Avenue Northeast, which is zoned R1C. Ms. Culloden, I believe, is going to explain the case.
Thank you, Mr. President. The issue in this appeal is whether a variance should be approved to allow 3 additional residents to the limit of 8 residents allowed in a proposed community residential facility small, which is in this case, a proposed assisted living facility. The ZHE denied the variance because the applicant failed to satisfy the variance criteria, and the LUHO recommends that the City Council deny the appeal and uphold the ZHE's decision to deny the variance. 5 criteria must be met to obtain a variance. The ZHE found that the applicant failed to satisfy the first prong, which is that there are specific circumstances, terrain-specific circumstances that make that property special or different. So that's things like the property's size, shape, topography, location, surroundings, or physical characteristics that are created by natural forces. The applicant's argument was essentially that this variance should be approved because a building permit was issued that included construction documents that showed that he planned to have 11 beds in the home that he is remodeling for the assisted living facility. However, this is not a terrain-specific special circumstance as required by the IDO, and so the application was denied. The LUHO found that the ZHE did not err in applying the variance test and agreed with the ZHE's determination that there is insufficient evidence to demonstrate special circumstances applicable to the property. The LUHO also found that the approval of this request would be an impermissible use variance or backdoor zone change because increasing the number of people allowed in the facility would constitute a different land use that is not allowed in that particular zone. So the LUHO found that this is further grounds to deny the application for a variance. And for these reasons, the LUHO recommends that the council deny the appeal and uphold the ZHE's denial of the variance request. And this is an accept or reject proceeding. So council has the options to accept the LUHO recommendation and findings, or accept the recommendation and adopt different findings, or reject the LUHO recommendation, in which case this matter would come before the council for a full hearing at its next meeting.
I will move that we accept the LUHO's recommendation and findings. There's a second from Councilor Feeblethorn. Thank you. Any discussion? Councilor Davis?
Thanks, Mr. President. I usually try not to editorialize in these because I think that, these are pretty straightforward. We have to be careful in these quasi-judicial hearings, but I have to admit, it concerns me a little bit that the process, for lack of a better term, that sort of laypersons like myself or anybody else, I think most of us here, except perhaps the president who's got experience in doing a lot of this construction and building and design, would use, kind of, I think, failed the applicant in this case, because most of us would go to the planning department, submit a plan, and assume that they checked all the right boxes and did all the right reviews. And the fact is, in this case, somebody approved the building plan and didn't check the zoning and sort of left the applicant out there on their own, assuming they had done everything right, only to find out later they hadn't. It just concerns me that process happens. I know that this council is invested in the new, thank God, replacing the POSSE system and the permitting process. But this is a real issue that we've addressed time and time again, and we hear from all the time, with somebody starting at one side of the process or the other, the planning department, not knowing from the left hand to the right hand what each one is doing. And unfortunately, I think in this case, there's not much we can do here. Unfortunately, I think I have to agree that we can't just permit this because the law doesn't allow it. So we're sort of stuck. But I'm disappointed that the department that was responsible for enforcing both zoning and building codes doesn't have a better process for this. And I think saying, well, we will have one later with a new technology platform is not good enough for me. And so it's with regret that I think we have to say to uphold this. But I do think that that this is regrettable and something that the administration it needs to give us a better answer on how they are addressing to ensure this doesn't happen again when someone's investing so much time, effort, and energy, and quite frankly, doing something to create a good community service that we need. So thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it.
Thank you. And I see Councilor Lewis has his hand up, but just quickly, this is exactly something I discussed with Ms. Culloden this afternoon, this previous building permit that was issued. And she might want to clarify that, but Councilor Lewis, would you like to hear that, or would you like to go first?
That's fine. Just a comment, Mr. President. I absolutely agree with the concerns and the the issues that Councilor Davis brought up, and for that reason, I mean, those were some of the same concerns I had as well, or just observations about this, just following this case, and for that reason, I do think that the council should consider rejecting the LUHO and just sending this to a full hearing. I think that this both sides here, I think, need to have a full hearing before us, and I'm certainly willing to do that.
Okay, well,
I know we have another motion on the table right now, but that's going to be my recommendation.
Thank you, Councilor, and so we'll dispense with this first motion. But Ms. Culloden, I asked about this very thing, about this previous building permit that was issued by the planning department, and I think neither you nor I or anything in the report understood how that occurred, but it was for a building permit, and there's a distinction there between a building permit and what's an allowed use that's allowed under the zoning ordinances, i.e. the IDO or even the previous zoning ordinances. But Ms. Culloden.
Mr. President, yes, that's correct. So building permits allow for things like new construction, additions, and remodeling work. And my understanding is that that's a separate process within planning from the land use and zoning provisions of the IDO. And so approval of a building permit does not constitute approval of a particular land use. I will add that at the LUHO hearing, the applicant testified that he was informed by planning that he needed to obtain variance to proceed with the use that he was pursuing with this particular site. I don't have a complete understanding of how that came up in the process and why that was not flagged during the building permit process, but it did come up from planning, and they did advise this person to pursue this process before you today.
And just as a follow up, so I mean, this hard number of 8 for a facility in an R1 zone. To my recollection, again, as I said before, was in the previous zoning code and carried over into the IDO. It's been a pretty hard line during my time. It's come up a couple of times, and there was no variances were granted to that that I know of, at least during my time. But I think the example, there's an example. Tell me the example that you had with another staff member that brought up the idea.
Mr. President,
about a commercial kitchen in a residential home.
Yes, Mr. President, the example that I shared with you earlier today was someone could obtain a building permit to install a commercial grade kitchen in their house. Separate from that, though, that wouldn't entitle them to operating a restaurant out of their house in a residential zone. Those are two distinct approvals.
Well, and we do have the mayor's conference room with their hand up, so
No,
hear that.
Mr. President,
Yes.
This is a closed record. If you're going to hear from people, you need to have a full hearing.
Pardon me. Okay, so to have any further discussion about this, Mr. Melendres is telling me we'd have to go to a full hearing.
Mr. President, if I may jump in. So this is your opportunity to hear from your staff and its analysis on the LUHO recommendation. To the extent you're going to be hearing from parties beyond your staff, that could go beyond the record that's before you, in which case you'd want to have a full hearing and have the parties here and give them the opportunity to participate.
Okay, so we will not be hearing from the administration on this. This is our report from our staff. And there is a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any discussion on that motion or second at this point?
Mr. President, just to clarify, you originally made the motion to accept. Is that the motion on the floor or
The motion on the floor has been moved in second is to accept the LUHO recommendation and findings.
Okay. I'm not going to support that. If it doesn't pass, I'll move to reject.
Okay. Any other discussion? We'll go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
No.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Passes on 8 to 1 vote.
All right, thank you. We'll move to approvals. And item A is an approval for this is the immediate action that we just approved earlier. The approval of FY23 contracts to provide supportive housing vouchers for families and individuals experiencing homelessness. I'll move approval. Is there a second? Councilor Feeblecorn, second. Thank you. And councilors, we can hear from the mayor's conference room if you like now, or we could move to a vote. These are the as were described, housing vouchers, additional contracts. Seeing none, we'll go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez, Counselor Sanchez, Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Unanimous.
All right. And we'll go to final actions now. Item A, Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is O37, adding a new part to Chapter 9, Article 6, ROA 1994, Food and Beverages, to be known as the Albuquerque Market Food Vendor Ordinance, and establishing a permitting fee. Move it do pass.
And there's a second from Councilor Bassan. And it looks like you have an amendment also, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move floor amendment number 1, which you can see on the screen. This is just some cleanup language standardizing the various procedures within the ordinance. And I believe we have someone from environmental health if there are questions, but I'll move it to pass.
Okay, there's a motion and second for the amendment, I believe, from Councilor Bassan. Is that correct, Councilor? And we'll hear from the mayor's conference room. Looks like Dr. DeMena is there.
Just want anything of the amendment.
Nothing on the, Council President, nothing on the amendment for us. We're fine with that.
Oh, okay. So we're just on the amendment. If there's a motion and a second on the amendment, any discussion? We'll go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
thank you. Counselor Benton,
Yes.
passes unanimously.
All right. And we will now turn over to the administration if they would like to comment on the bill. We appreciate their working with Councilor Feeblecorn on this. I'll quickly say that I heard a lot about the challenges of vendors in these markets but I didn't take up the torch to fix it. But looks like Councilor Feeblecorn did, so, along with the Environmental Health Department. So Dr. Domena.
Thank you, President Ben, and thank you, Councilor Feeblecorn, for working with us on this. We are always very happy when we can remove anything that's administrative bureaucracy headache out of the way. We definitely want to help the markets be successful, and this move will have the market permitting follow more along closely with the way that we permit mobile vendors, which is realistically the way a lot of the market vendors work. They may move from one market to another. They show up at various markets through the year. This is actually going to be an easier lift for us working with the permit this way. Very, very much easier on our front office admin staff and on our inspectors. And we think it's a good solution for the market vendors as well. We have met with them along the way in developing this, and I think we came to a place where everyone's happy. So hope it moves forward.
Thank you. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Mr. Chair, is there, I'm sorry, Mr. President, are there public speakers or should I close?
We don't have anyone signed up to speak.
Okay, I'll go ahead and close. I just want to thank Dr. Domena for all of his work on this. This was one of the first things that came to me as a new city councilor back in January. Really want to make sure that our farmers markets and neighborhood markets are able to thrive, that those small businesses are not unduly burdened with excess regulation and fees. As a reminder, previously folks were having to get a permit for every single farmer's market that they wanted to sell at. That was very onerous for them. So this gives them a permit for the entire season at a low cost so that we can really see our local markets grow. And so with that, I urge your support.
It's been moved and seconded, and we'll go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grau,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Davis, Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
thank you. Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
passes unanimously as amended.
All right. Congratulations, Counselor and Dr. Domena. Good work. I mean, I know that this we just made quick work of our passing this, but I know it was a lot of work on your part and great solutions. The government doing it, working the way it's supposed to, where we clear up log jams and help our local economy. All right. We'll now move to item C, Councilor Sanchez and Jones, 043.
Thank you, Mr. President. O-43 is me and Councilor Jones working together to solve some of these issues, reference to safe outdoor spaces. So O-43 is adopting a new article in Chapter 9 of the revised ordinance of Albuquerque, 1994, Health, Safety, and Sanitation, to be known as the Safe Outdoor Space Operators Permit, establishing a permit and permitting fee. Move a due pass.
All right, and there's a second from Councilor Bassan. And I think there are some amendments that need to be moved, and we do have folks signed up to speak, but why don't we touch base with these amendments? And at least hear about them. And then maybe we'll go to public comment if that's okay with you, Councilor Sanchez, and then we'll get back to voting on those individual amendments.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
So it looks like we have, starting with Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, so just to make sure I'm following this correctly, so I'm going to discuss this, but we're going to vote on it
Well,
after public comment?
I'll leave it to you, councilors and Councilor Sanchez. We could go either way. We could listen to public comment. We have just 2 people signed up to speak, and then maybe in the event that they're speaking to the amendments, it might be a good idea.
If I may, Counselor, Mr. President, I would ask that we let the 2 speakers comment first.
Let's do that, and that way, in case they have something to say about the amendments, we can do that, and then move right into the amendments. So,
thank you,
Mr. Cornelius. Call the speakers.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had 2 sign up, but only 1 has joined us, and that person is Karen Navarro.
Oh, good evening, counselors. I just wanted to suggest a few slight changes in wording that would, I think, be important. Section 924.5, number 5, I think needs to be amended to eliminate the word on-site before resources and services. On-site implies on-site paid staff, and that is unnecessary because services can be brought to this safe outdoor space by a health clinic and a street outreach team from a homeless services provider on a regular basis, and connect residents to resources. So the operator does not need to offer on-site social services or healthcare services. Next, number 4 in the same section says persons with criminal backgrounds will be denied a safe outdoor space operator's permit. I think this should be changed to may be denied from will be denied, since each person's situation is unique, so that someone whose criminal background included like shoplifting or drug possession conviction, or who experienced human trafficking as a younger person that resulted in a criminal background, could be disqualified with these words, and that should not be. And those were my 2 recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro.
That
concludes our public comment. And we'll go back to the bill and the amendments, starting with Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I was reading through the other ones, my apologies. I would like to move floor amendment 1 to O2243 on page 3, line 1, strike through a community commitment outlining how the operational policies will mitigate potential off-site impacts. On page 3, line 20, insert each operator shall engage in a good neighbor program with neighbors within 100 feet of the property. On page 3, line 27, replace coordinate with contract. On page 4, line 11, change the period between warnings to a comma. The explanation for this is a community commitment would require an SOS site to create a statement of how the operator would mitigate potential off-site impacts of an SOS. Similarly, a good neighbor program would address how an operator might mitigate potential off-site impacts of an SOS, but a good neighbor program would require increased neighborhood engagement prior to them opening. And I also wanted to add to that explanation that, don't go too far, thanks. I wanted to add to the explanation on that, this is similar to what we ended up doing for the Gateway Center with the neighborhoods over there. This amendment change also requires a safe outdoor space operator to contract with a nonprofit organization to provide street outreach in areas adjacent to the SOS, in contrast to simply just coordinating with them. And the third one on here is a technical change. I do know that Director Pierce is here to speak, and that we have some further information that we can provide regarding this. I know staff was working on it. Ms. Stiles might want to say a few things as well to help elaborate some of the details.
Okay, and was there a motion and a second on this?
I don't have a second. No second.
No, so there was no second on this. Is there a second? A second from Councilor Grout. Thank you. And we'll go to then the administration. Is that all right, Councilor Bassan?
Yes, please.
Director Pierce.
Yes, thank you, Counselor Benton. Thank you, Counselor Bassan. Yes, in terms of a good neighbor program, I think we do have some experience on what those elements would include. And some of them, based on our experience, would include, number one, just getting input from the neighbors that are close to there about what are the important elements. And it typically is about security protocols, site security, having updates on the site, like how many people are you serving, how many people are connected to services. So getting an update on actually what's happening with the program. It also would be making sure a code of conduct is in place and having the neighbors familiar with that code of conduct. And we also want to provide, in addition to those regular updates to neighbors, is to have an existing contact so they know who to contact within that program if they have any concerns. So those are some of those important elements as we see it with a Safe Neighbor program.
And Director Pierce, if I may ask you while we've got you there, so you support, you don't see any issue with requiring this Good Neighbor program? I mean, would that be a condition somehow of, well, these would be approved or not approved, I guess, as an application, but these are, by definition, these can only go into places where they're zoned for it.
Counselor Benton, that is correct. By the IDO, it tells us where you can actually have a safe outdoor space to begin with. But yes, I'm in support of what this requires. And this is what we want to do by being in touch with the neighbors and being a good neighbor in that process. So we think this can be implemented as a program.
All right. Let's see. Next is Councilor Davis and question from Councilor Peebles.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask the sponsor very briefly, and Mr. Cornelius, if you could throw that back up, I just missed the top part. I see that one of these changes, Councilor, requires that on the item number 3, where it places coordinate with contract with. I just wonder, and this is getting hyper technical, but for an existing nonprofit that already does outreach and has their own program, it seems to me that this might require them to contract with another nonprofit, which I don't think is really required, but I think language matters, and particularly for our sponsor, language always matters. I want to be sure we're getting the right intent here.
Mr. President, Councilor Davis, it certainly is not my intention to have a nonprofit contract again with somebody else. It's that when I read the language to say that they are to coordinate, to me, that it was implying that, sure, we're going to have discussions on what to do and how to do it, but there won't actually be an agreement on what is going to happen with this nonprofit and what their intentions are moving forward, which is why it was to be worded as contract versus just to coordinate.
I appreciate that, Mr. President. I don't want to belabor this. I know we have a number of amendments. I think the administration can clean this up in rulemaking if there's a discrepancy and somebody wants to use their current program. I just wanted to be sure we captured the right intent. I'm okay with this. Thank you.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Davis asked my question, so we can move on.
All right, very good. Any other discussion, councilors, on amendment number 1? We do have Ms. Stiles here, and she was mentioned, and so we might want her to, if she has anything to add at this point or later.
Mr. President, I don't have anything to add at this time. I'm happy to answer any questions, though.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So there's been a motion and a second for amendment number 1. Any further discussion? If not, we'll go to a vote.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
All right, we'll go to our next amendment. And this is Councilor Davis. This would be amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 2 just makes a clarification regarding background checks. The current bill requires that any person, that the operator should not permit persons with a felony assault or battery conviction to stay in a safe outdoor space. But it doesn't clarify exactly who is responsible for doing that check and whether that's required up front. We know that this has been a barrier for entry into shelters and services in the past for operators who don't have a solid policy for addressing this. We also know that background checks sometimes can take anywhere from 3 to 4 days or up to 2 weeks, depending on the type of check that's conducted. And they can run anywhere from $30 to $130 based on our research. And so while I don't personally believe that this background check piece is required, I understand that a majority of counselors do. And so I want to mitigate the unintended consequences of requiring applicants to pay those fees up front or be taken for a ride, basically, by somebody trying to help them, trying to take advantage of them. And so this amendment would require that the operator have a policy that would bear the cost of any required background checks for any of their potential residents. And given that the city and others would provide funding for these programs, I think that's a reasonable expectation so as not to create an artificial barrier. All those words mean I make a motion to approve amendment number 2.
There's a motion and a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Any discussion on amendment number 2, councilors? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote.
Council Passon,
Yes.
Council Davis,
Yes.
Council Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Council Grab,
Yes.
Council Jones,
Yes.
Yes.
Council Lewis,
Yes. Jump the gun.
Council Pena.
Yes.
Council Sanchez,
Yes.
Council Benton,
Yes.
unanimous.
We'll go Mr. Cornelius next. This would be amendment number 3. This amendment sponsored by the bill sponsors. Mr. Sanchez or Jones, I'm going to take this on.
Mr. President, apparently Councilor Sanchez doesn't want to speak to this. So, and I think that this is a good way to handle this, and I would ask for your support on Amendment C.
Okay, and this has to do with the fees.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez, would you like to speak to it at all?
Yes, this is just a simple thing that is basically part of the city process. And what I've been told is most of the fees are right around the amount that are listed, and this would actually make those fees actually equal to just about every other fee that the city charges. So I urge your support.
Okay. And that was it moved and seconded?
No.
It was moved by Councilor Sanchez and seconded now by Councilor Feeblecorn. Thank you. And if there's no other discussion, we'll go to a vote.
Mr. President, I had a question. I'm sorry, I was.
Sorry, go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. President. I'm still a little bit confused on this one. If someone is applying for a safe outdoor space permit through the planning department right now, are they paying an additional fee on top of this? And if so, how much is that fee? And I don't know who can answer that, but whoever can, just jump in.
Mr. President, I think planning department would be able to answer that. That came as one of their suggestions, I believe.
Is the director available or someone from the planning department?
Yes, Mr. President, council members, this is Alan Barella, Director of the Planning Department. There is a standard fee that is charged. I believe it's in the amount of $75. And this would be not a additional fee, but it will be a raised fee in this particular situation. The planning department was asked whether the existing fee is enough to cover the administrative costs. And staff had stated that although these matters are very few, they are very time consuming. However, the planning department is neutral in this matter and would appreciate consideration, but certainly is not going to advocate for the raised fee.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the safe outdoor space operators permit fee is going to be paid at the same time that you apply for your planning permit for your safe outdoor space. So there's just one fee overall.
And Mr. President and Councilor Feeblecorn, that is my understanding. Yes, there are not two separate fees.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
And Mr. President, if I might just chime in from the administration's perspective, we think that the fee that's currently in place is adequate. We are not getting a whole slew of requests for safe outdoor spaces. And it just seems to me that this would be another reason why we should try and make this as painless as possible. Keep in mind, per the last appeal amendment, in many ways, the city is going to be paying itself because a lot of these fees are going to be either paid through a private contractor to the city or someone who's running the program. And then we're going to pay for other things as per the amendments. So just seems to me like I understand the need to have it that pay for itself, but this is really a public service for the city. So just for information, we think that the current fee is appropriate.
All right, we do have Councilor Lewis and Councilor Bassan in the queue.
Mr. President, so just a question for our staff, maybe Mr. Melendrez. I don't like voting on any of this. I mean, I understand the way what the sponsors are doing, and I generally support the idea, but I just flat out don't support safe outdoor spaces, and especially with an amendment like this where we're just creating more and more revenue, for the city, and apparently it's not even needed. So I guess my question for you, Mr. Melendrez, is: if we approve this ordinance, are we hindering? Are we keeping ourselves from being able to, if we were to come back in the future and amend the IDO to prohibit safe outdoor spaces? Are we creating some more roadblocks and some barriers and some, I guess, would it hinder us from being able to do that by approving this tonight?
Mr. Melendrez.
Mr. President, Councilor Lewis. Apologize for that. Get that fixed. Mr. President, Councilor Lewis, this bill that's before you can exist really only because safe outdoor spaces are permitted within the IDO. So if at some point in the future, safe outdoor spaces were removed from the IDO as a possible use within the city, then it would ultimately render this permit process irrelevant. And this permit process would not preclude your discretion from doing that in the future. Essentially, any safe outdoor space that is in operation today would be permitted to continue to exist pursuant to the terms of the zoning code as it existed when it was approved. And so if you were to repeal safe outdoor spaces at some point in the future, that would stop new ones from coming in, but those that are currently permitted or still to be proposed would be subject to the permitting requirements of this bill.
That answer your question, Councilor?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
All right, we'll go to Councilor Bassan, followed by Councilor Sanchez.
Mr. President, thank you. So based off of what I was just, Mr. Rael, what you were saying about how this is a public service in many ways, and that we're really just, by having this fee, it was going to be just kind of paying us back. I would like to have clarification, and Ms. Stiles, maybe you can help with that. I was under the impression that the definition of operator is not the city of Albuquerque when it comes to a safe outdoor space. Am I correct or incorrect?
Ms. Stiles, did you want to answer that?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, The definition for, oh, and I just had it, I'm sorry. The definition for a safe outdoor space operator is the owner or party otherwise responsible for the safe outdoor space operations. So that would be, the applicant would be the operator.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. So it's my impression that the person or party that is responsible for paying on the previous amendment that we just discussed, where it was the background check fees, is not the city of Albuquerque. And I don't know if maybe I was misunderstanding Mr. Ryle when you were saying that we were going to be charging a higher fee and then we're also charging more. So really it's just kind of a wash, or paying ourselves for the public service. But I believe that the operator will be paying for the background check of any individuals that require it. And yet then the other thing that I'm confused on in regards to this amendment is also that it literally says in the explanation, the planning department requested this.
Mr. President, and let me clarify my comment there for Councilor Basan and the rest of the council.
Thank you.
Remember that these social services these are social services contracts with contractors. So my reference was that as they apply for these social services, that we are going to be supporting their operations with public dollars, if you will. So in essence, when I say that we're paying ourselves, it's that we're going to just basically give them a contract to provide the services, and they'll probably bill us in that contract for the cost of the permits. So it just seems that it's imposing an additional cost that we'll only get that we're going to pay for ourselves. So that's what my reference was in my comments earlier.
Okay, and Mr. President, thank you, Mr. Rell. That does clarify a lot, and I mean, it makes significant sense to me. I am confused because it does say the planning department requested an increase. So I guess I'm wondering, and kind of to what Councilor Feeblecorn was saying, I mean, how much does it cost to, or how much should it cost to cover the city's labor on processing the permit for a safe outdoor space, so that it's not to make a profit, but yet at the same time, is it going to be the current $75? Should it just be 75 rather than 100 or 250? I would like to know what would be the accurate amount for the permit fee in order for us to accomplish our task in the planning department, but yet also not just raise it exorbitantly, to your point that we're going to end up paying for it anyway.
I mean,
And Mr. President and Councilor, that is a very good question. So it depends on how many hours go into processing, and in these cases, reprocessing, relooking in numerous appeals that go through the loop, a particular application. However, in light of the more detailed explanation that we've received so far, which has pointed out that many of these applicants end up being grant recipients or vendors in order to provide social services for the city, we do agree that perhaps it is counterproductive. As much as we would like to get money to cover all of our costs, if that money is just coming from a sister department, then we no longer are advocating for this.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And it sounds to me, and we can have another discussion later, but a lot like indirect overhead costs. But I would be happy to discuss that another day. And thank you all for helping move forward with some of that.
All right, Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. When we looked at this, I had the same questions as Councilor Basan in reference to, we got asked by planning to raise the rate. That's the only reason why we did it. I have no problem staying with the original bill and the original price or the permitting fee, no problem. We can actually pull this amendment and just stay with the original. And I have no problem with that.
So Councilor, if that's amenable to Councilor Jones, I think we can just say that this amendment has been withdrawn.
Mr. President, I think it's a great idea. I do approve.
Okay, so we'll put that amendment number 3 as withdrawn, and we'll go to the next amendment if there is one.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I move my amendments, I just wanted to double check. I had spoken to Councilor Sanchez about my 2 amendments. And I had left them in here by accident, and I thought you were going to be bringing another one forward, Councilor Sanchez, but should I move these? Oh,
Yeah, I think they're fine. We discussed
Okay.
them and
Okay. Thank you. So I will move floor amendment number 3, which is on page 2, line
This will
10.
still be number 4, Counselor. Just number 3 was moved and withdrawn, so this will still be number 4.
Oh, okay.
That's the way it works. Don't ask me why.
Okay. So on page 2, line 10, insert dash or after the word and this is just to make it clear that we're not asking for you to have both of those requirements, just one of them. And I'll move it to pass.
All right, there's a motion and a second from Councilor Bassan for amendment number 4. Any discussion, councilors? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Beavercorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I will move floor amendment number 5, and there should be a correction to this. After speaking with Councilor Sanchez, we decided to change it to on page 3, line 29, amend subsection D as follows. During the first, and it should say 6 months of operation, each operator shall offer to meet with the property owners within 660 feet of the safe outdoor space at least once per month to review operations and progress of the site and to address questions, concerns, and ideas from the public. Following the first 6 months of operation, each operator shall offer these meetings on at least a quarterly basis. This was just a conversation we had with. I thought that every single month for an entire year was a lot. I had originally said 3 months. Councilor Sanchez suggested 6, and so that's what we had agreed on. I'll move it to pass.
All right, and is there a second? Councilor Grout, thank you. Any discussion, councilors? Seems like a good middle ground there. We'll go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Beavercorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena, Counselor Pena, Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Yes.
I think that was a yes from Councilor Pena as well.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
Anything else? Keep going. This will be floor amendment number 6. Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you. It's just a cleanup measure. Written consent to complete a background check on the primary operators. Persons with criminal records will be denied a safe outdoor space operator's permit only to the extent authorized by the New Mexico Criminal Offender Employment Act. I move to pass. The explanation is this amendment changes criminal backgrounds to criminal records to be consistent with the wording used in the New Mexico Criminal Offender Employment Act. Move to pass.
I'll second.
Second from Councilor Beavercorn. Thank you. And this was not what was this what was referred to in Ms. Navarro's statement, or was that another part of the bill? Can anybody help me with that? She was saying something like you may be, but I don't know whether that was to individuals or was that for the operator. Councilor Beavercorn.
Mr. President, Ms. Navarro had suggested that it say persons with criminal records may be denied. So that is not dealt with in this amendment.
Okay, understood. But she was talking about the same language.
Yes, that she was referring to the word after the change in this amendment.
Okay, but this has to do with the requirements for an operator, not an individual that would be housed on the set, correct? Thank you. I just want to clarify.
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other discussion or questions, Counselor? Amendment number 6 has been moved and seconded. Let's go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Is that a yes? I'm sorry. Yes.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Pivocorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Unanimous.
And this would be number 7, Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment G, which reads on page 2, line 23, after space, add including food services and/or resources as well as mental and physical health services. The type and frequency of on-site resources and services to support the occupants of the safe outdoor spaces, and add including food services and/or resources as well as mental and physical health services. This amendment adds language requiring that on-site services that take place in safe outdoor spaces include a plan for the residents of the SOS to receive food as well as mental and physical health services. I would move it do pass.
And there is a second. I will second the motion. Purposes of discussion. To clarify, I guess I'll ask the sponsor this. When we say on-site services, you know, a lot of the time people think that means that they're just always there, but this does not do that, does it? Or somebody help me out with that.
Councilor Benton, if I may ask Ms. Stiles to respond to some of these questions.
Okay, Ms. Stiles, and then we have questions from Councilor Pivocorn and Bassan.
So, Mr. President, what this does is this adds language specifying that in the plan that the operator does have to include a food services or resources plan as well as a plan to address mental or physical health services. So this does not require that the provider provides food. It requires that they submit a plan, and then the Department of Family and Community Services would determine whether that plan was sufficient.
Okay, then I just what I know is what I've seen, which is in Denver. A lot of those food services were being provided by nonprofit groups, sort of a rotation of folks who would come in and provide food, but there wasn't necessarily a guarantee of a meal. Is that correct?
Mr. President, the models that I've seen have varied wildly, not wildly, but they've varied quite a bit to locations where they provide one hot meal, but then have 24/7 food available, such as cereal, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, and that type of thing. But I also have seen models such as Denver, where they have nonprofits that bring in food and bring in more meals for people to varying degrees, depending on how many volunteers they're able to get.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Pivocorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a question on this because the way I'm reading the original language says that we have to put an operations plan in that addresses these things. Doesn't say requires, but on the explanation of this amendment, it says it requires. And so I just wanted to get some clarity on, are we requiring food services, mental health services, and physical health services? Or are we just saying, if you were putting in your plan, you have to say whether or not you're providing those?
If I could follow up with that question too, on the same on the same terms? I mean, would this be, I guess Councilor Peoplecorn phrased it correctly, never mind. Can someone answer that question, either a sponsor or Ms. Stiles?
Mr. President, I'm going to ask Ms. Stiles to answer as many of these questions as she's willing to, because she has done the research and knows everything very, very well. So if you would please, Ms. Stiles.
Mr. President, Council Peoplecorn, Councilor Jones, the amendment is meant to require that there's a plan. So in the explanation where it says that it requires on-site services that take place in safe outdoor spaces include a plan for residents of the safe outdoor space to receive food as well as mental and physical health services. It requires a plan that will address how they are going to receive those services. They can't just omit that from the plan. So it is required that they would have some sort of a plan for this. It cannot be omitted from their application, but that plan could vary depending on the circumstances of the safe outdoor space according to what Family and Community Services would approve.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. Thanks for that clarification. Any other questions, councilors? If not, we'll go to a vote on amendment number 7.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
That was a yes, I'm sorry.
Counselor Peoplecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grau.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Pena. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor
Yeah.
Davis.
I think that was a yes from Councilor Pena, and I'll vote yes.
Thank you. Counselor Pena.
This would be floor amendment number 8, Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment H, which reads on page 2, line 32, add a new subsection to say a property maintenance plan describing how the site will be maintained, including a plan to keep the site clean and free of weeds, debris, and other waste. I move a do pass.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second for the amendment? I see one from Councilor Bassan, correct? And any discussion, councilors? Seems pretty straightforward. We'll go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Counselor.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Peoplecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grau.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Bennett.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
And this will be Councilor, this will be number 9, Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move floor amendment number 9, which reads on page 3, line 7, after site, add and describing how the site will be returned to the previous condition or better. Move a do pass.
All right. And some language there about decommissioning, which is, I guess, what this is about. And there's a second from Councilor Davis. Any discussion, councilors? We'll vote on floor amendment number 9.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Peoplecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grau.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Bennett.
Yes.
Yeah.
This would be floor amendment number 10, Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment 10, which reads on page 3, line 8, add a new subsection to read evidence of ownership or evidence of consent by the owner for the proposed use of the property. I move it do pass.
The second from Counselor Feeblecorn. Any discussion? Go to a vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
unanimous.
There was a late submission by Councilor Lewis. I don't know if he wants to read it or not.
Counselor Lewis, did you have an amendment?
I did not. I had in the previous meeting, Mr. President, but I'm not. I did not include that in the packet.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, let's go to the next one. Bear with me. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Jane.
Okay, we have two other amendments.
Thank you.
Just a moment.
Mistake.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to move Amendment 11, which reads on page 3, line 8, add a new subsection to read a list of the data that will be collected and reported on the site that includes but is not limited to the number of individuals who receive a risk assessment using the Vulnerability Index Service Prioritization Decision, Assistance Tool 6 SPDAT. Number 2, the number of tenants who are served per quarter. Number 3, the number of tenants who are exited from the site, including the reason for the departure. And number 4, the number of tenants who are employed and whether employment is full-time or part-time. I move approval.
Second from Counselor Bassan. Any discussion, counselors? Counselor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a question on the number of tenants who are employed or whether employment is full-time or part-time. Is that data point when they move in or when they move out? One is assuming that people that might move into these would be unemployed and then gain employment while they're there. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Council Febercorn, I would like to have Director Pierce answer that question. She's done all the research.
Director Pierce.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you, Councilor Benton and Councilor Feeblecorn, and Councilor Jones. In terms of employment, I think we're looking at that upon exit. There will be some people that are employed. We will know that when they enter the program and sign the agreement, but we're also looking for the employment. And there's another piece on that amendment, if we might pull it up, that I wanted to clarify, I think also is upon it's exiting and why. I mean, I think that is also, we interpret that to mean it's when somebody's leaving the program. Why might that be? I think it's number 3 there. Yes. Number of tenants who are exiting from the site, not on a daily basis, but if they leave the program. And I think that is what we mean by that as well. That's
Thank
the
you,
point.
Director.
You're
Thank
welcome.
Oh,
Thank you, Mr. President.
So that language will be changed from exited from the program. Is that correct? Is that
That would more accurately be just a little bit more precise, exited from the program. Yes.
okay? And if that's all right with Councilor Jones and the Councilor Bassan, I believe, who seconded it, we'll make that change.
Absolutely. For me, yes.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes, that's okay.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Let's go to a vote on amendment number 11.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Pivocorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grab,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Would be amendment number 12, Counselor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move amendment 12, which reads on page 3, line 29, after offer, changed to meet to a public meeting. On page 2, line 32, after public, insert notice of the public meeting shall be posted outside of the SOS for 1 week prior to the meeting time. I move approval.
Is this other language a change as well? Or is
The
this,
explanation?
is this just how it would read? Is it?
It's just how it would read. It's an do you want me to give the explanation on it?
No, I just want to be clear about what that language was in quotes there. So that's the operator shall offer a public meeting, et cetera.
I believe so. Could we ask Ms. Stiles to clarify for us, please?
Mr. President, Councilor Jones, yes, this is just exactly how it would read with the insertion and deletions.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I'm offering a second.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Pivocorn.
Mr. President, I just wanted to verify that the amendment we made earlier, changing 12 months to 6 months, would remain even if this is passed after that amendment was.
Ms. Stiles?
Mr. President, Councilor Pivocorn, I think Mr. Melendrez would be better to answer this question. As I understood it, that this still would remain consistent.
Mr. Melendrez.
Mr. President, Councilor Pivocorn, yes, it will. So the way that we draft amendments is the way the bill is written at the time the amendment is drafted. And so with that prior bill amendment having passed, this amendment would not repeal that. And in fact, you're pointing it out as super helpful in giving our clerk's office direction and what's intended here.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just back on the amendment, is it saying that it's just a requirement to have a public meeting, but there's no requirement to notify the public other than posting a sign in the front?
Ms. Stiles.
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, that is correct. What this is saying is that it is required for there to be a public meeting, but that the only required advertisement is to have a sign in the front for a week prior to the meeting stating that there is going to be a public meeting.
Mr. President, that doesn't seem like, I mean, I appreciate the sponsor's intent here, but that doesn't really seem like it's really to advise the community.
Councilor Bassan.
Mr. President, I'm seeing the points that Councilor Pivocorn and Councilor Pena are making right now. I mean, is there a way that we can somehow figure out a way to merge, not literally merge the previously approved amendment, but yet at the same time to, change this one to say during the first 6 months of operation, each operator shall offer a public meeting with the property owners, and then maybe say that it shall be posted outside of the SOS for 1 week prior to the meeting time, and with at least 2 other forms of communication. I don't know if the sponsor would be amenable to changing it so that it remains consistent with the previously approved amendment, but also, I agree that some of the applications that have come in are a little remote to where people aren't really going to know about a meeting potentially.
Mr. President, may I ask Director Pierce to respond to that also? since she's the detail person for us.
Yes, thank you, Counselor Benton and Counselor Jones. So we can, I think there are some, I think Counselor Jones, if we were to post the notice outside the SOS, most of these locations are where people would see them. With the 660 feet, I mean, we are probably talking hundreds of people that we will have to identify. And I based that on the permitting process that we did on a recent one for 100 feet. There were about 20 people. So, and 20 people and businesses. So we would have to figure out how to identify those people and how to notify them. But a notification outside the safe outdoor space, we think could work for most people in that vicinity to see and be prepared for a public meeting.
Mr. President and Director, and I guess I'm not asking like for a mailer or door-to-door contact with these people, but I'm even thinking like an ad in the paper or, you know, something else to notify people of the meeting. As it stands now, will you please remind me, Ms. Stiles, is there any requirement for notification at this point?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, there is not any requirement other than what is outlined in the IDO for, well, no, that's for the initial site to be created. So no, there's not a requirement right now for a public meeting. However, with the passage of the First Amendment for the neighborhood, the Good Neighbor Plan, that may be addressed at that time further.
All right, any other questions? Councilor Bassan,
Mr. President, I guess I'm still at a loss with this one. So I'm sitting here pondering, you know, I think that it doesn't seem to make sense to me to have the first 12 months when we just changed it to 6 months previously, especially if perhaps in those same 6 months that contact will be made and kind of help out with some of that process. You know, neighborhood associations, why can't we use them to reach out to different people and as a notification that's not just a sign on the fence of a property? I feel like there's some alternatives that are not costly where people can be contacted and notified, but maybe we should, I don't know. And I leave it, I guess, to the sponsor and the council too, but 12 months to 6 months, I think would be a great start, but to say something other than just one method of communication, but I'm torn on this one.
Mr. President,
Mr. Melendez.
if I may just reiterate that this amendment deals with the same section that Amendment 5 dealt with. Amendment 5 changed 12 to 6. By passing this amendment, you are not changing the 6 back to 12. We could add further clarification to this amendment if it built people's comfort level who wanted to vote for it. However, regardless, by passing this, you are not changing the 6 back to 12.
Mr. President, Mr. President, if I may ask a question of Mr.
Yes.
Melendez about that. Thank you. Mr. Melendez, so on the passage of the previous amendment, though, it was requiring some communication and follow-up within 660 feet. And so to me, it seems redundant and overkill to do both. I guess I'm wondering if it seems like we should either choose to vote for one or the other at this point. Because otherwise, isn't it just duplicating efforts and extending them for another 6 months?
Mr. President, Councilor Bassan, no, it's not. The prior amendment, again, dealt with the same section. So with the prior amendment, this section would have read, during the first 6 months of operation, each operator shall offer to meet with property owners within 660 feet. So what is changing here is that instead of saying to meet with property owners, it's saying shall offer a public meeting, still within that 6 month time frame.
That helps tremendously. Thank you both. Thank you, everyone.
Other comments or questions, counselors? On
Yes.
floor amendment number 12. Did I hear a yes?
I have a question.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing you on the screen here. But Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I guess I'd like to make a motion to amend this amendment to say notice of public meeting shall be posted outside of the SOS for 1 week. It disappeared on me.
Sorry. Yeah, we're having a problem here with screen sharing along with my being able to see people's hands up.
That's okay. I'm getting a week notice on my side, so I'm kind of losing you all a little bit.
Well,
So,
go ahead, Counselor. So we've got it back up again.
so I'd just like to make a motion just for in case it passes, that notice of the public meeting shall be posted outside of the SOS for 1 week prior to the meeting, and maybe Mr. Melendez can help me with this, and some other type of notification, like perhaps an ad, as Councilor Bassan was suggesting.
I would second that.
Is that a motion for an amendment to the amendment?
Yes. But it would need some clarifying language.
So, Mr. Melendez, can you paraphrase that amendment to the amendment?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, so is the intent of the amendment to require a notice by publication?
Yes, that would be good. And that wouldn't really matter what it would be. That could be a journal ad, that could be I don't know.
It depends. The way that notice is required by publication in different contexts is that we could require publication in a something of regular circulation, which would be the journal, or it could be, posted on a Facebook page. There's a number of ways that you can publish notice. So it just depends on what your intent is.
So my intent is like the journal, right? So I wouldn't know how to get specific to not say the journal, but to say something that's widely read.
There are some other options besides the journal.
Mr. President, if I may.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe that this isn't, although it's a great project, I don't believe it's something that we need to put in the newspaper. But I do believe it would be very helpful if we agree to, at least for the first 6 months, maybe a year, when we have a meeting, that we not just post it on the fence, but also notify the neighborhoods through the neighborhood associations. Or if we get requests from other from the neighborhoods that aren't an association, but to give them notice. But I don't think this is something that needs citywide publication.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. If I may just speak here, Councilors, that I think we're conflating this with what we do with land use matters and some widespread publication and a meeting where random people will show up because they saw it in the newspaper. It doesn't seem to me that it would be helpful to what's trying to be accomplished here. Once one of these SOS is underway, and the previous amendment is in effect with the 6 months, you would think that interested property owners would be keeping an eye on this property and would be keeping an eye on the front of the property for a notice of a posting on the property. And I think that this is not the same as a land use matter where there are a bunch of entitlements and so forth outside of a site that at least under current situation is zoned for an SOS. So I'm concerned about this amendment as a whole, and whether it's even needed. And I don't, when the previous language would have said to meet with property owners within 660 feet. as opposed to a public meeting, which means really anybody and everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President, if I may.
Councilor Jones.
Thank you. I believe that this is something that the major intent of this is to notify and keep informed the neighbors, the nearest neighbors, the closest neighbors, both residential and commercial. And I think that this is not the type, this is a practice run at something that we think the city would be very interested in doing more of. But I think it isn't something that we just need to keep the residents and the business owners in the immediate area and a little bit further aware and apprised of everything that's happening, and give them an opportunity to give feedback to the management of the SOS. I think a publication probably isn't as effective as notice on the gate, but also personal notice to the neighborhood associations and the local and the businesses in a certain radius.
Okay, the motion on the floor is to amend the amendment. It's been moved and seconded to amend the amendment to require some sort of public
Have language.
it was seconded by Grout, I believe, Councilor Grout.
Yes.
Mr. President, I can read some language in that I think reflects.
Yes, Ms. Melendez will read some language that addresses or summarizes the amendment to the amendment.
The amendment as before you states, notice of the public meeting shall be posted outside of the SOS for 1 week prior to the meeting time. The amendment to the amendment would add, comma, and once at least a week in advance in a publication of general circulation.
Did everybody get that? That's the amendment to the amendment. Adding the requirement of publication in a publication of general circulation. Any further discussions, Counselor? So what?
President, so I'll just add to that, just because there were some comments made about, so I said general publication because there was concern from the department, Director Pierce, saying it would be difficult to find all the residents and reach out to all of them. So, I mean, I could change the amendment to reflect that you have to reach out to all those residents within 660 feet, but I think this would serve as a sufficient notice to try to get the word out rather than to go the other direction. Thank you.
All right, we'll go to the vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. President, would you reread that? May we have a rereading of that amendment to the amendment?
Mr. Melendez.
Mr. President, it would be after the word time, add comma, and once at least 1 week in advance in a publication of general circulation.
And if I again may state this, Mr. President, it depends on the definition of general circulation. Again, this is people's homes and living, and I think it mostly affects the people who live in that community. So a general publication, what exactly would that be?
That would be something like the journal.
And I don't believe that's appropriate.
Okay.
So I couldn't support this. I certainly think that we need to give notice of public meeting. And if necessary, it should be changed that we distribute it to the surrounding neighborhood.
All right, well, the motion on the floor is as stated. Councilor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with Councilor Jones. I just worry that this type of requirement adds a pretty hefty price tag to folks that are operating safe outdoor spaces. And as Mr. Rael has already reminded us today, that will most likely be paid for with tax dollars. So I would prefer to see something that says that you're going to get the word out to the neighborhood associations, but certainly not requiring an expensive ad. So thank you.
Thank you. We have the councilors, the mayor's conference room, followed by Councilor Bassan.
Just wanted to reiterate, I think Councilor Feeblecorn just made our point. I think it might be more important to notify the neighborhoods around the space, the existing SOS, rather than circulate something to the entire city. You may get folks from different parts of the city that have no connection to the open space, to the safe outdoor space, that will weigh in on this and create, if you will, even a bigger challenge for these challenging operations. So we would agree that maybe a communication to the neighborhoods is more appropriate than a advertisement in a publication of general circulation.
Councilor Bassan and then Councilor Pena.
Mr. President, first, I just wanted to, I saw Ms. Keefe is on, so I don't know if she has something specific to add to it, but also I believe I heard Councilor Pena say that she didn't necessarily require it to be a general publication such as the newspaper, but at the same time to change it to something like that. So I would like to know, I guess from Ms. Keefe if she has something to add, and then from Councilor Pena if that is what I recall hearing.
No, there had been a question a few minutes ago in regard to what a general circulation means, and as Mr. Melendez referenced, it's actually a phrase commonly used in legal communities when in requiring notice. But Council President Benton is correct. It would require a newspaper like the Journal or other papers that are citywide is how I would interpret that language.
Councilor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I would withdraw the motion and change it to say notice of public meeting shall be posted outside of the SOS for 1 week prior to the meeting time, comma, and to the surrounding neighbors 660 feet. I don't think that notifying the neighborhood associations because they don't have the resources to be able to notify the neighbors in the surrounding community. And although cost, I think public notice to the people that are most impacted is what's important. And I just don't think that a sign posted outside of the SOS is sufficient.
Councilor Grout, do you agree with that change?
I do agree. I think it's very important that the people right around the immediate area are notified.
Okay, so everyone within every property owner within 660 feet would have to have what, a registered mailing? What's the means of notification? I think we're really confusing this with land use notification. I mean,
can you send them emails or post a flyer on their doorstep?
What if I don't get one? I mean, what happens then? I mean, that's part of the.
Well, you have to make your best effort, I guess. Hopefully your neighbors are going to reach out to each other too. I don't know.
All right. I think I believe we beat this to death, but I understand the change. Does everyone understand what that change is? That there would be. How would that read, Mr. Melendez? You want to help us out?
Mr. President, so what I took down hearing the motion as stated was to amend the amendment so that after the word time, we would add a comma and to surrounding neighbors within 650 feet.
So that's a shall, and that's 660 feet. That's very similar to is my point, a planning department notification of something. Councilors, I think we got to vote on this. I just want to say that I oppose this entire amendment, much less this amendment to the amendment. I think we're going out into left field here. We've already had the previous language was amended to say that they will meet with property owners within 660 feet. In other words, that sounds like a meeting would be offered with any individual person during that time within 660 feet that's a property owner. And I think this, to me, this entire amendment, including the amendment to the amendment, is redundant. I have waited to say that because I wanted the debate to go forward, but it concerns me greatly. If there's no other discussion, I'd like that we move to a vote on the amendment to the amendment. Okay, let's go with that vote.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
No.
Counselor Pieblecorn,
No.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
No.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
No.
Passes on a 5-4 vote.
All right, we're back on the amendment as amended.
Mr. President, I'd like to withdraw that amendment as amended.
And that was seconded by whom?
Bassan.
Councilor Bassan.
Councilor Bassan, are you in agreement with withdrawal? She's nodding.
Yes,
Yes.
Mr.
So amendment number 12 is withdrawn.
Thank you.
All right. And do we have any others? Okay, we're back on the bill as amended. And any further discussion? Councilor Pieblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to verify two things with the attorneys or with Ms. Stiles. Ms. Navarro asked about the change to the language that says on site, and she also asked about the criminal background being a definite no if you want to be a safe outdoor space operator. It's my understanding that both of those things are in the IDO now, and so changing them here would not be relevant because the IDO is already including that information. I just wanted to verify that.
Mr. President, Councilor Pieblecorn, I believe Ms. Schultz is on the call and she may be able to better answer that.
She's not on the call, Ms. Stiles. Ms. Keefe, did you have anything on this? Okay.
Petra's here.
Ms. Morris, are you available to answer that question about how the IDO has been amended to deal with this?
Mr. President, councilors, yes, I'm just going to bring up the IDO and just double check that.
Councilor Davis, would you like to speak while we're waiting for Ms. Morris?
I can, in general, Mr. President, just move things along. Yeah, I understand what we're doing here, and I appreciate the sponsor's intent and the hard work that's gone into this. But I agree in principle with the administration here that we don't have a real rush of these. We need to provide some flexibility. There's a strong application process in place. And we do need some flexibility because all these spaces are not going to be operated the same. Some have cars, some are going to be run by churches, some are going to be run by for-profits. There's just a range of services that are needed depending on the types of people that are being served. And I really do think I agree with something I think I heard Councilor Lewis say earlier, like we have to be guarded against adding too many regulations just for the sense of doing so and racking up fees when we don't need them. And so I appreciate it. And I offered my own amendments in case this passes because I want it to be the best it can be. I just don't think this is necessary at this time. And we're going to get usually they call it a second bite of the apple. I think it's like a 6th or 7th bite of the apple of safe outdoor spaces again in our next meeting because of the new bill that's been brought up and placed on that one. So we're going to keep having these debates, I think, every month now for a little while. I don't think it's necessary for us to add more rules to the application process, especially with the existing or pending spaces already under development and ready to go. So I'll be opposing the legislation, the bill as it stands, as amended.
Ms. Morris.
Mr. President, thank you. So I believe the two sections, one was about on-site services. That is a requirement of the IDO. That is section 4-3G 8 HI, which requires that each safe outdoor space shall offer social services and support facilities to its occupants. The requirements about the criminal background, that's not a portion of the part of the IDO. There is a section that no person who is a registered sex offender shall be allowed to stay in a safe outdoor space, but there isn't anything in the IDO about criminal backgrounds.
Thank you, Ms. Morris. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, councilors, any other discussion? We will be taking a short break. It's 8 o'clock and we have not had a break. And so everybody can run and nourish themselves for 15 or 20 minutes, hopefully no more. But we're back on the bill as amended multiple times here. And unless there's any further discussion, I'll go to the sponsors to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge your support.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Based on what we're doing here is I was never for the encampments, but we have them, and safety is of the utmost to the residents and the business owners who live in the area, and the occupants of the SOS, and also the persons operating the SOS. The intent of this bill is to make sure that these individuals are safe and make sure that we're doing what's right by them. If we don't have anything to go on, we're gonna have a rough time trying to catch up on this. The reason why we want to do a permitting process is to also make sure that each individual knows, and each individual who's getting in or doing this knows what the expectations are. Throughout my whole career as a law enforcement officer, throughout my career as, you have to set the expectations in reference to keeping people safe and making sure people are housed properly with dignity and respect. That's the goal. The goal is the safety of the community. The goal is the safety of the individuals who are in, and the safety of the persons who are operating. And that's the intent. So I urge everyone's support to make sure that we have something to work with here, a way to make sure that everyone is safe.
All right, we'll go to a vote on the bill as amended.
Councilor Sun,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
No.
Councilor Pieblecorn,
Yes.
Councilor Grau,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Lewis,
No.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
No.
That passes on a 6-3 vote.
All right. Councilors, is 20 minutes sound okay to jump away? All right, we'll be back in 20 minutes. All right, counselors, we are back. Looks like 4 of us are back right now. Sorry for the short break, but it was getting late, or it still is. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we've got a quorum. Everybody's getting back on.
I'm here, Counselor.
Okay. We will get back on our agenda. We're on item D. This is 02244. I'm sponsoring this along with Councilor Bassan by request. And Councilor Bassan, you want to lead off?
Thank you, Mr. President. 044 is amending Chapter 8, Article 2, Part 7 of the Traffic Code relating to pedestrian safety in medians and pedestrian vehicle interactions. I move it do pass.
And I will second that. And we will, I think we had someone from the administration that was going to summarize for us. Is that right? Do you have someone there?
Yes, Mr. President, I believe they do have someone. I know that and then we also do have an amendment to move.
Right.
So who's going to summarize it?
Mr. President, we have Lauren Keefe, our city attorney here, can summarize the bill, the history and how it differs from previous versions. And then we have staff here from DMD to do a presentation on the median width analysis that was completed.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with Ms. Keefe then before we start with any amendments.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so there was a previous version of the bill, as you can see, that was adopted in 2017. There was a legal challenge to that bill that was ultimately successful. that concluded that the ordinance infringed on the First Amendment rights of people who would like to engage in expressive conduct within city medians. And, that can include people with signs, people with petitions, the guys from the tax prep places who dress up as the Statue of Liberty, but whoever wants to use city medians for expressive purposes. And so the 10th Circuit pointed out some concerns that they had about Albuquerque statute. So we took a look at it. We looked at that decision very closely and identified the specific areas of concern identified by the court and attempted to revise the statute to address those concerns and draft something that would satisfy those concerns. And there were really a few of them specifically. Number one is that the court was concerned that the ordinance itself didn't match up to the safety concern that the city had identified, that the city spoke in terms of general concerns about the safety of pedestrians, but then had adopted an ordinance that was very narrow and specific and only prohibited people from standing in this one specific area, these specific medians. So this bill, as revised, makes clear that the city has taken multiple steps to address general safety concerns, but that this ordinance would be designed to address this very specific concern about injuries and deaths that can occur when people stand in medians, particularly medians that are too narrow. And unfortunately, in Albuquerque, we did indeed have a death from a woman who was sitting on a median and was struck by a car that was driving recklessly. And so this is designed, so it's just to make clear that what this ordinance is designed to do is address this narrow and specific safety concern and not general safety concerns for all pedestrians on all streets within the city. We also took steps to show that this ordinance is, the court was concerned that we were identifying a speculative risk, that we hadn't really shown that people had been harmed from standing in medians. Again, we identified this specific instance in Albuquerque where somebody was killed, and identified instances across the country where people were killed as well. So that these accidents unfortunately do happen when people are standing in medians and are struck by vehicles. But the biggest concern from the court was whether the ordinance as drafted burdened more speech than necessary, meaning it took away more places that people could stand and engage in expressive conduct than necessary in order to ensure that people remain safe. And they looked at another city, Sandy City, Utah, that had a narrower ordinance than the one that we had, that allowed people to stand in some parts of medians while restricting other parts of medians that were considered more dangerous, where accidents were more likely to occur. And in particular, what the court pointed out was that in the ordinance in Sandy City, it wouldn't allow you to stand in one part, but you could just walk 10 feet, stand in another part, and then you would be free to engage in any kind of expressive conduct you wanted to. So this new ordinance, as revised, only prohibits people from standing in an ordinance that is 4 feet wide, and only on certain roadways with certain high speeds. And so we have DMD here today to talk through what that will mean in terms of where people can and cannot engage in expressive conduct under this ordinance. And so it's one of the other criticisms in connection with this was that the city hadn't actually counted up its medians and shown in any kind of demonstrative way to the court where people could stand, where people could not stand, and that people could in fact walk down the median and stand somewhere else and be free to engage in this in their expressive conduct. So what DMD has put together is a presentation that shows that people will be able under this ordinance to stand in some parts of the medians and engage in any kind of expression they would like to. So I think with that, I would turn it over to Ms. Morrow. I believe she's the one from DMD who will be speaking.
Mr. President, councilors, my name is Jennifer Morrow. I'm the Deputy Director for Municipal Development. And we worked on putting together this analysis of the median. The main force behind getting this done was Jessica Rideout. She's our systems analyst too. And I'm going to hand it over to Jessica to give the presentation.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm a GIS systems analyst with DMD and traffic engineering. So Garrett, can you move to the next slide? Thank you. The question they came to me with was, what percentage of city medians are narrower than 4 feet? So that was my question. For the purposes of this demonstration, I'm going to define narrow as anything that's 4 feet or less. I'll say wide for anything that's greater than 4 feet. We do have a GIS layer that we use to track our medians. It's mostly used by solid waste for asset management. So it's really not accurate enough to do this analysis and come up with a good number. So because of that, we decided to use the GIS polygons to just identify the medians of interest that we're concerned about. And then we used high accuracy aerial imagery to measure the width of the medians. So that was kind of how we approached it. We used something called Near Map, which is a very high accuracy vertical flyover imagery. Next slide, Garrett. Okay, so the roadways we focused on, because there are so many medians, it's a large city with over 3,000 medians. We focused on arterial roadways, which have a higher speed limit, over 30 or 35 miles an hour, and only those ones at traffic signals. So that's where I did my initial GIS analysis. Using GIS tools, I pulled out a sample of 922 medians to measure. Next slide. So a lot of these medians have an irregular shape. So as Lauren was just saying, a lot of them are going to have sections that are narrow and other sections that are wide. The picture here is a good example of this. This is at Comanche Road Northeast and Carlisle. And this is just a really nice standard example of a turn bay median that's going to have a skinny section at the turn lane, and it gets wider in another section. Because of that, we can't count individual medians as being either narrow or wide. So what we chose to do instead was measure the linear feet per median of narrow sections and the linear feet of wide sections. So this slide here shows you the aerial imagery of that same median we were just looking at. And you can see that the GIS layer is on top. That's what we used for storing the data. And you can also see here that it's not as accurate as the imagery. So that's why I didn't just use the GIS data. Next slide. This slide demonstrates how we did the measuring. So this is the same median we've been looking at, only turned so that it is easier to look at. So what we did with this imagery is we identified the section that was narrow. So here at the south side of this median, it is indeed narrower than 4 feet. And we measured from the tip, and we continued to kind of take slices until we found it got wider. So they kind of flare. And where it flared out to start to be wider than 4 feet, we struck a line and measured that linear feet. So this particular median has 17 feet at the south end that's classified as narrow, 174 that's classified as wide. So that section would be safe for somebody. And next slide, Garrett. So using that methodology, I had help. I had a few other GIS folks in DMD that helped me, and I did random assignments across the city. So this map shows all of the signals that we pulled out, and the blue polygons are the actual medians that were measured around those signals. So of those 922 on the right, it breaks down the linear feet total, the linear feet narrow, the linear feet that were wide. And my final summary is that about 17.3% of the medians are classified as narrow, and over 80%, 82% are classified as wide. And that's that. And this, that was just a little breakdown by council district, if the councilors are interested. Any questions?
Counselors, questions? Thank you for that presentation. We will go on if there are no questions for administration. Hang on, we got Counselor Bassan with a question.
No, Mr. President, just I wanted to make
Yeah.
sure to point out that amendment, but I see Counselor Sanchez might have a question.
Counselor Sanchez. You're muted, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to note real quick that when we're dealing with pedestrian safety, I hope we realize that we have the highest numbers of pedestrian fatalities that we've ever had as a city. And I also have some questions about enforcement and reference to how they're going to be cited. Is it going to be traffic code? Is it going to, I mean, because I've been in situations where people have literally fallen out into my path as I'm driving down the road. And it's scary for not only that individual, but for the actual person who's driving in that area, if it's ever happened to anybody. I just wanted to make that comment. And I'm still not quite understanding the 4 feet median versus the 17 feet length. Ms. Rideout, if you can help me with that as well.
Garrett, can you go back to the slide with the measurements? Go back. One more. There we go. Okay. So the 4 feet, the 17 feet, on the south end where I have it called out as 17 feet, that means that for 17 linear feet from the south end, that is 4 feet wide. So that section of median for 17 linear feet is narrow. So that would be the part of the median that we are saying this is too narrow according to this ordinance. As
Okay,
you move
so
north, I'm sorry.
So is it the red lines, the end of one red line to the end to, if let's say you take the all 3 red lines, are those 14 feet, are they 4 feet across? Is the length of the red line 4 feet?
No, the red line is just the line that I use to delineate the narrow section from the wide section. So I measured from the first red line is the very tip of the flat section of the median. So that's where it starts. And then for 17 feet from there, it's narrow. And then the next red line indicates where it gets wider. So at that point, we measured further on north to the end of the median. So for another 174 linear feet, that median would be considered wide, as in greater than 4 feet.
When I look at it, it looks like it's 4 feet, like all the way down to where it gets a little wider, where my visual point of view shows where it got wider, and that's probably about at least a good 40 or 50 feet down the road.
So this is where the accuracy comes in of the imagery and the tools that we used. So we actually had a GIS web map with a measuring tool that was going from dot to dot. So we weren't just eyeballing it by looking. We were actually measuring precisely from point to point along the median as we went.
Okay, so how is someone who's enforcing this gonna know where the legal area to stand is or versus the illegal area to stand in when it's only a matter of inches?
That would be up to the officer, to APD.
But how would he determine that? Are we marking every intersection or what are we doing?
I really can't speak to the enforcement part. Jennifer?
It would have to be an APD item for them to enforce it.
Because the APD officer is not gonna have the ability or the time to be out there. Trying to make an eyeball attempt and then somebody look at the ordinance and say, oh, shoot, I was a quarter of a step off the area. So now, now there's no enforcement. Or the opposite direction, maybe the officer is maybe a foot off and makes the call and issues a citation. So how do we address that issue?
For municipal development, we were only tasked with looking at what percentage of the medians that people could use to express their First Amendment rights. So we were not, we were just trying to make sure that we address the issue that the courts had struck down the past ordinance by.
Mr. President and Councilor Sanchez, we have Deputy Chief Brown here who can speak to enforcement questions.
Council President and Mr. Sanchez. So just based on the enforcement aspect of it, I think it's going to be on those intersections that have been identified as having a certain, section or area by probably the most traffic fatalities, most complaints, things like that, and then kind of move on from there. As far as the, measuring things in inches, I think it's just going to be a common sense approach for the officer who looks at it and can kind of gauge size based on what demographics we give them and an area that we would give them that's been identified by DMV. We can take that, give it to our officers and say, hey, this has been measured. If we get complaints at this intersection, then we're good to go. That's the way I envisioned it, at least.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple of questions. Bernalillo County just recently introduced a similar law. Does this ordinance track that same law? Is it similar?
Councilor Grout, I would have to check that. I do remember that, and I hadn't remembered to look at that beforehand. So if you give me a moment, I can answer that question.
Okay. I have another question. Thank you. Has the ACLU weighed in on this?
I am not aware that they have, no.
Okay. And then finally, Mr. President, how many medians will this affect? Like maybe number wise? And how many will it leave for people to be able to still stand in the medians?
So Councilor Grout, as far as the number of medians, I couldn't really come up with that number because a lot of these medians are some of each. But in the whole city, it affects about 17% of the length of the medians.
Okay.
Councilor Grout, to answer your previous question, the county ordinance, which would of course only affect streets outside of city limits in unincorporated county areas, it targeted what they call dangerous streets or intersections. And so they are basing it on the number of crashes near those intersections.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Councilor Grau, for those questions, and Councilor Sanchez. We will go back to any other counselors with questions. I mean, essentially my takeaway on the data collection is that on 83% of the length, roughly, of medians that we have on these arterials would still be available for public speech, or for a person to occupy them for the purpose of public speech, protected under the Constitution, and that the other, which are narrower than 4 feet, and I think 4 feet is a pretty, it's pretty conservative. For instance, if you were looking at safety under the Americans with Disabilities Act, 4 feet would not qualify for a pedestrian refuge because it's too narrow. So I think that would normally be, I believe, 5 feet under the ADA, although it's a different law that affects roadways. But so this is still even, it's going at least a foot less than that before we would start to enforce this in terms of the width. But I do commend all the work that's been done on this, and I think a genuine effort has been made to address the court's decisions and in the previous and concerns about the previous bill. From my experience observing it all. If there's no other discussion, we can go to a vote on this. So we do have a person signed up to speak. Are they present?
No, Mr. President, they're not.
Okay,
But we do have an
person
amendment.
There is
signed,
an amendment.
and right, we do need to go to the amendment, but let's do that now. So this is the amendment. This would be amendment number 1.
Mr. President, on page
Yes, sir.
6, I would like to move amendment number 1. This is for Councilor Feeblecorn and I, who have made some discussions about making this very similar to the Arroyo safety ordinance. And it reads on page 6, delete lines 23 and 24 and insert in lieu thereof. The penalties set forth in 12-199 shall apply for a violation of this section, provided, however, that a law enforcement officer shall first verify that a written warning has been issued. Otherwise, the officer shall issue a criminal trespass notification to a person for violating this section prior to the issuing of a citation or conducting an arrest. However, in the event of immediate danger, a verbal warning prior to a citation or arrest is permitted. And again, the explanation of this, there we go. Thank you. The explanation of this is so that we can make sure to give proper kind of channels and warnings before just going straight to a citation, and to keep it consistent with the Arroyo safety ordinance that was passed previously earlier this year.
All right, and so there was a motion, and was that a second from Councilor Feeblecorn? Or was there a motion?
Yes, sir. I'll second.
Okay. And we do have a question from Councilor Pena, I believe, or no?
Yeah, Mr. President, I'll wait. It was in the overall bill.
Okay. So we're on the amendment. And any just further discussion on the amendment? If not, we'll go to a vote.
Councilor Bassam,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Councilor Grau,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Lewis,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
This is unanimous.
Okay, we're back on the bill as amended. Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I wanted to thank Councilor Bassan for working with me to make that amendment that I think is really important, because if we are going to pass this bill, I want to make it very clear that we're not arresting people for being homeless. And so I think the idea that we are requiring notification is a very good one. But beyond that, I cannot support this bill. I have serious concerns about this bill. I heard Ms. Keefe talk about expressive purposes and how we can express ourselves some places, but not other places. That's a very big concern for me. I know that there is already discussion happening about changing the design of our medians to make this even more restrictive in the future. In the future, we will not see medians that are built that are under 4 feet wide. They will not be flat. All we have to do is go back in there and make them unflat, and suddenly people will not be allowed to be there. The perfect example of kind of the problem was the one that was shown where it's Comanche and Carlisle, which is in my district. The area where you might want to express yourself for a protest or a political sign or anything like that is in the skinny part where you would no longer be allowed. That is the part where you're going to be able to be seen by three different directions of traffic. If you're forced into the large part, your visibility goes down. I know that it says in this analysis that 83% of the sidewalk or the medians are still available in the city, but location is what matters here. I've been an activist for 44 years, and when I'm protesting something or when I'm holding up a political sign, it matters where you are. And so I don't want to have a political sign 3 blocks from where I wanted to have it. I want to have it in that area. And again, 44 years of standing in medians, never had a problem. And I will point out that while we have had 1 death in the state, in the city of Albuquerque, we had to go pretty far and wide to find additional examples. And in a city where we have so many other issues that are causing death, this seems like a trivial problem to be trying to fix with such a restrictive ordinance. So with that, I wanted to thank Councilor Bassan for the amendment, but I won't be supporting this bill.
Other discussion, councilors?
Yes, Councilor Benton, I think I had said I wanted to speak on the original bill.
Yes, so we did pass the amendment, so we're back on the bill as amended. Councilor Pena.
Thank you. And I appreciate the intent and what you're trying to do here, but for similar reasons, even outside of political, outside of political reasons, similar to what Councilor Peoplecorn was talking about, I'm just concerned of the time and resources that is spent to establish that 20% of our medians are not going to be allowed to be where people can express themselves no matter what it is that they want to do. And then just knowing that, as it is, we lack the enforcement tools out there just with, and I don't want to see officers looking for specific medians or specific people. And similar to what Councilor Peoplecorn said is that, we have medians that are larger than 4 feet, and what's starting to occur, and this happened without my knowledge, is they just put in, and I got calls from constituents because we actually had some really pretty landscaping on Coors and Central, and they just put in a bunch of huge boulders to make it to inconducive to actually people who are walking and using that larger than 4 foot median as a place to be able to, if they didn't quite make it across the median, to be able to stand on that median. Now they can't while they're trying to cross Coors, which to me, it makes it more unsafe for pedestrians. So I just have a lot of concerns. Like I said, I don't think we have, as it is, we don't have the enforcement tools needed to be able to even enforce what we have, the priorities that we have. And then I appreciate the amendment that both Councilor Peoplecorn and Bassan put forward. That was pretty huge. And then And then just the notice for the warnings and stuff, those are my notes, but obviously, there was an amendment that addressed that. So for those reasons, I can't support it, but appreciate the effort.
Any other discussion, councilors? Yeah, I would just say I was interested in the statistics of where the most numbers of these narrow medians are, and no surprise, the oldest part of the city. Typically, they are wider in the newer roadways because just because of the factor I was mentioning before of just access for persons with disabilities. The bare minimum on that is 5 feet. And I think we'll probably see in the newer areas, newer roadways that have been developed, we're not going to have this condition. But I'm primarily interested in this bill based on pedestrian safety and no other reason. And regardless of where your visibility might be as a protester or whatever your reasons for being there are, the less distance between you and that curb when a vehicle goes over that curb, the more chances that you're going to die right there. Yeah, there was one example stated. You see other examples where people are sitting in that really narrow portion of the median with their feet out in the curb. I mean, it's not just death. There are many opportunities for serious injury as well. It's the reason I agreed to sponsor this by request. But I know the administration made a really honest attempt to try to minimize the areas that would be where this would be prohibited. And I do think the warning is the right way to go. And so I appreciate that amendment. If there's no other discussion, I'll urge your support. And Councilor Bassan, you'd like to close as well.
Thank you, Mr. President. Nope, I agree with much of what you said. Thank you very much. And I urge your support as well.
Okay, we'll go to a vote.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
Councilor Pivocorn,
No.
Councilor Grout,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Lewis,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
No.
Councilor Sanchez,
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
That passes on a 7-2 vote.
All right, we will move on to item F. This is 051. Again, Councilor Bassan, myself by request. 051 is authorizing the issuance and sale of city bonds, short-term lodgers tax improvement revenue bonds, and an aggregate principal not to exceed $3 million for the purpose of studying, designing, developing, constructing, reconstructing, rehabilitating, renovating, modernizing, signing, enhancing, and otherwise improving tourist-related facilities and attractions. I move a do pass. And a second from Councilor Bassan. Thank you. And do we have anyone signed up to speak on this?
No, we do.
No. And administration, I think this is, we've had, I'll see Mr. Bakhta there, but I know that he and I and Councilor Bassan and Councilor Sanchez and Councilor Grout are all have been involved in our destination marketing organization and all the discussion about how the lodgers tax can help. And this is a place where there's a place for capital improvements bonded against that lodgers tax revenue. So good stuff. It's very important part of our economy. Councilor Davis.
Thanks, Mr. President. I just wanted to follow up really quickly. I think some of us were on the council the first time we did these lodgers tax bonds, and we raised some questions the first times these were issued. Did we have enough revenue to issue all those bonds. And it turns out we did until COVID happened, and then we didn't, and we kind of got behind. And so before we issue any more, I realize this is sort of a sponge bond and it's doing a fairly small project for the convention center, but I want to ask the administration, where are we in terms of our initial lodgers tax bonds that we issued and then had to subsidize from general fund? And then what is our current lodger tax revenue? And is it enough to take care of our current debt obligations and these additional ones?
Yes, Mr. President and Councilor Davis, this is Stephanie Yata. In response to your question about where lodgers tax revenues are falling after COVID. So of course, we did have a really bad year during 20 and 21, and then it kind of trickled into FY22 a little bit. But we were able to recover by the end of FY22. So we no longer have to subsidize the lodgers tax fund for debt service. On the other hand, the good news is lodgers tax revenues have really rebounded more than pre-pandemic levels. And so Lodgers Tax Advisory Board is looking at, increases of almost 10% over last year. So lodgers tax and hospitality tax are really looking good. Of course, this bond that's in front of you is just a sponge bond, we call it. We're just absorbing that excess from the end of last year, so we can use it for construction and renovation.
Thank you, Ms. Yara. You were part of these conversations when we did this initially, and I appreciate it. I'm skeptical of us using too much of our capacity. We sort of overextended ourselves last time on projects that became sort of a grab bag. And so really quickly, Ms. Yara, I don't want to extend this meeting, but if we issue these today, what percentage of our lodgers tax revenue is going to debt service versus sort of the ACBB, et cetera, Visit Albuquerque?
Yeah, so Mr. President and Councilor Davis, the lodgers tax ordinance actually requires that we spend 50% of the revenues on tourism, marketing, promotion, event marketing. The other half can be spent on debt service, but also direct construction, operations, the cost of doing lodgers tax audits for the lodgers themselves. So the hard requirement is that 50% is spent on things like Visit ABQ, and the other half we've traditionally used for improvements because, well, we just have ongoing needs there. So.
Right. So, and I'm sorry, Mr. President. So, Ms. Yar, just to clarify, I understand that difference, and I appreciate that. But this keeps us in that 50-50 sort of bracket. It doesn't overextend us, or it doesn't underextend us with what we have currently.
Yes, Mr. President and Councilor Davis, this lets us use up the rest of the 50% from last year for the other items. But we did meet our obligation to Visit ABQ and the other partners who are doing tourism marketing for us.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that clarification. And thank you, Ms. Yar. You always know the answer.
And speaking of answers, if anybody needs more, Mr. Muirhead is with us on the call. If anyone has a question for our bond attorney. Mr. Muirhead, do you have any comments in the absence of a question?
Thank you, Mr. President, councilors. No, Ms. Yara summarized it perfectly. This is just an opportunity to convert debt service funds that are not needed for outstanding debt to capital project funds consistent with the Lodgers Tax Act, and the State Treasurer's Office is serving in that capacity to buy them for this one day to make that happen.
Thank you. And any questions for Mr. Muirhead? Thanks so much for your help on this, Mr. Muirhead. My understanding is you cut us some slack on your fees on this one too, so appreciate that as well.
Absolutely, sir. My pleasure.
Thanks for staying up with us too.
Absolutely.
All right, councilors. Any other questions? If not, we'll go to a vote on the bill as amended.
Councilor Bassan.
Sorry, real quick, there was no
Oh,
amendment.
did we get the amendment? No, we did not. Okay, sorry. Do you have that, or do we have that in front of us? Got it out of myself there.
There's no amendments as far as I know, Mr. President.
We had it on our script.
No.
Okay, all right, I beg your pardon, my mistake. So we will go to a vote. No amendment.
Counselor Bassam,
Yes.
Counselor Davis. Counselor Davis?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Pivocorn.
Yes.
Counselor Brown.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes, yes,
Thank you. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
Okay. Thank you. And the next is item G. Councilors Davis, Feeblecorn, and Sanchez by request, 052.
I guess I'll take it because my name's first. Mr. President, 052 authorizes the execution and delivery of a water project loan and grant agreement between the Finance Authority and the City of Albuquerque for various projects at the Ladera Golf Course, Netherwood Park, et cetera, and Phil Chacon Park. I move a do pass.
And there's a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. And is there anyone signed up to speak? No. Administration have any comment on this? No.
Mr. President, councilors, this is Dave Simon, the Parks and Rec Director. Just want to thank the council for their previous support. Last year, you authorized us to apply for these grants, and lo and behold, we were awarded the grants. So this is the last step in a process with the approval of this measure. The New Mexico Finance Authority will move to finalize the actual documents and the agreements and then fund these projects. So appreciate your support through the whole process.
Thank you. All right, councilors, any further discussion? If not, we'll go to a vote.
Counselor Bassam.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Counselor Grout.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Lewis.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Pena.
yes,
Thank you. Counselor Sanchez.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
It passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next is item I, Councilor Feeblecorn, R73.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am very proud to present R73, directing the Animal Welfare Department to work with the University of New Mexico Science Center College of Nursing to collect otherwise disposed of animal tissues at city-owned or city-sponsored spay-neuter clinics for donation to the UNM Health Science Center, and move a do pass.
Yeah, is there a second? Second from Councilor Bassan. Thank you. And we do have some folks signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Zhao Zhang Yu, followed by Paige Ryan.
Mr. Yu.
Yeah, dear Mr. President, members of City Council, I'm Zhang Yu, professor in the University of New Mexico. And first, I would like to thank City Councilor Tammy Feeblecorn for her support for this bill. I also want to thank the ABQ community for supporting my ongoing project. I received a lot of supporting and encouraging message after TV news. So I'm a toxicologist and have conducted research regarding the safety assessment of chemicals. In my earlier studies, I have used rodent animals and found those animal studies are valuable in protecting human health. However, I also realized that rats are not human. And those animal studies have many limitations. And the cost and the efficiency of animal study limited the number of chemical or drugs to be tested. With the recent advancement in biotechnology, the in vitro model mimic the structure and function of living organ. We have more alternatives to animal studies to screen and predict toxicity in humans. So regulatory agencies such as EPA or FDA are actively exploring those alternatives. With the funding support from the National Institute of Health, we have been developing and validating those in vitro models. We hope we can provide more scientific advances in validating those in vitro approaches. Spay and neuter surgery produce huge reproductive tissue that we can use to construct in vitro model, which will eliminate the need to sacrifice animals. So I strongly believe the collaboration with the City Animal Welfare Department will directly benefit our international leading research, advance the science alternative approach, and eventually protect our living environment. So thank you for all your support.
Thank you, sir.
Our final speaker is Paige Ryan.
Good evening, President Benton and councilors. My name is Paige Ryan. I am Government Affairs Manager for Animal Protection Voters and Animal Protection New Mexico. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of this resolution. Thousands of animals are used in experiments at UNM every year. We have an ethical responsibility to replace live animals in experiments wherever feasible. By using spay-neuter tissue normally discarded as biological waste, the reducing animal testing resolution could dramatically reduce the use of live animals at UNM. We respectfully ask for your support on Resolution R2273. Thank you for your time and for your service.
Thank you. All right, we are back in the bill. And I don't know if there's anyone from the administration who wants to weigh in here. But councilors, any other comments or questions? Councilor Feeblecorn to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a really great opportunity for Albuquerque to be on the forefront of a movement to reduce and hopefully eventually eliminate the use of live animals in laboratory testing. And I just wanted to thank, when Dr. Wu came to me, me not being a scientist, I sent this out to many leading scientists across the country. And 3 of them were invaluable in helping with the language and for me to understand how this in vitro model works. So I just wanted to quickly thank Dr. Kathy Guillermo from PETA, Dr. Kavita Ragasaver from the Cary Common Center for Public Health and the Environment, Queens College and City University of New York. And last but not least, Dr. John Gluck. He's emeritus professor at University of New Mexico, Kennedy Institute of Ethics, and Georgetown University. And those 3 scientists helped my hand, helped me learn, and really helped make sure that this bill was written correctly. So with that, I just urge your support so that we can all be part of this kind of groundbreaking new technology. This is one toxicology study, but if it goes well and we are able to prove this science, then we could see a dramatic reduction in the use of live animals in future testing. So I urge your support.
Thank you. We'll go to a vote.
Councilor Basson.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Yes.
Councilor Grau.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Lewis.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
All right. Congratulations, Councilor Feeblecorn. Good work. Councilor Bassan, R79.
Mr. President, thank you. R79 is establishing the City Council's budget priorities and strategies for the fiscal year 2024 operating budget and the 2023 general obligation program. I move it to pass.
And there's a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Anyone signed up to speak? And any other comments or questions from councilors or the administration? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote.
Counselor Cassandra,
Yes, thank you.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
thank you. Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Grout,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Passes unanimous.
All right, we're on our last item, item K. This is Councilor Feeblecorn and myself, R82, formalizing the city's urban tree canopy grant program. I'll move a do pass. And there's a second from Councilor Feeblecorn. Thank you. And councilors, this is this arose because of a need to continue a really great program that we've had in the city for quite a few years now, called Neighborhoods, where many of you have participated. I know to help reforest our neighborhoods and also build neighborhood collaboration and empowerment. It's really been gratifying seeing how many people have and neighborhoods have benefited from this program. And temperatures have been getting hotter. We may disagree about the reasons, but they're definitely getting hotter in New Mexico, and our sustainability and our resilience as a city really depends on and our health of our communities really depends on cooling down some of our urban temperatures that are typically much hotter than natural areas, of course. But that's what this is about. I neglected early on to loop in Director Simon, who has really been a great leader. He came along after this program was started, but has also jumped on the issue on behalf of the Parks Department as well. And he had a chance to look over our bill as we introduced it, and has some good comments that I think we've incorporated them all in an amendment. But first, let me go to co-sponsor Councilor Feeblecorn and Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just say that, I apologize for this being on immediate action. Councilor Benton and I have been working for quite some time to try to get this money out the door to this great program that we all funded and I know we all support. And it finally came down to, in the last couple of days, realizing that we needed to do this formal process. And so I just appreciate the hearing it tonight, so that the Tree New Mexico folks are paid for their excellent efforts.
Councilor Davis.
Thanks, Mr. President. I just wanted to follow up, and this could be something for staff or for Director Simon. And one for staff, I just noticed as a technical point, I think the last line in the bill mentions page 2, line 2, having a program available on January 1 of 22. I think that's for 23. I think our staff will usually clean that up in enrolling, but just in case. But Director, this bill does a lot of work to reference, like in Tree New Mexico, which is a fabulous organization, but we have some other organizations that your department and others work with. Dakota Tree Project comes to mind. They're a very specialized group that does some work mostly in the international district. I just want to be sure, is this including all of those council appropriations and those other projects that aren't specifically Tree New Mexico? And I say that, before I say that, I want to say congrats. I really appreciate it. It's been noticeable at places like Bullhead Park, where I think there are probably more than I know, but I counted about 24 trees the other day when I took the dogs over, and it just looks so much better and inviting, and it's been really helpful to have those this summer during ball season again. So thank you to your department for investing in that over the summer.
Well, Mr. President, Councilor Davis, thanks to the council for their vision to support these programs over the years. And Mr. President, you in particular having really helped get a lot of counselors involved in this program. So the nice thing about setting up this this grant program will be, all of these kinds of groups will be eligible to apply. So Tree New Mexico does a lot of work for us with these neighborhoods plantings, but we'll be able to hopefully accommodate other groups who have interest in partnering with the city on tree planting projects.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Director Simon, if you would, could you give our office just an update? It can be offline on just sort of status of all those tree projects. I know we've had a number of them, but I've got more, as every counselor does, I have more requests than we have ability to pay for out of council set aside every year. So I think we had put some extra dollars into the budget this year, and I know you've been working on contracts for some of those groups to expand some of those specialized programs, but it'd be great if you could get us an update on where those stand. I know we're halfway through the year. I want to be sure we can fix that. So thanks so much.
Mr. President, Councilor, I'd be happy to do that. And the project with Dakota Tree Project is, of course, a separate authorized appropriation, and we are working with them directly.
Thanks.
But we'll be happy to give you some status updates.
Great, thanks. Nice job.
Thanks. And again, I'm going to go ahead and move this amendment, and it's largely thanks to Director Simon, but Councilor Feeblecorn and I've looked it over, and I think it's a better bill as a result of his comments. And this looks rather long, but it's mostly sort of about drafting and really laying out the rationale for this program that's ongoing. And so this would be amendment number 1. It reads on page 1, line 3. It adds a recital having to do with urban tree canopy, advancing the health, safety, and welfare of the city through beautification, helping remove pollutants from the air, soil, and water, and helping mitigate urban heat island effects. And we moved this up to the top of the bill as the important rationale for the program, and then added the language of what's been done so far, led by Tree New Mexico, acknowledging their role. And then striking the part that's moved up to the top. And then number 4 is on page 1, line 4, or page 1, lines 8 through 11. Okay, so this is the part that, okay, so now for page 1, line 22, insert following new recitals. And this refers to the city's program of Let's Plant Albuquerque, which of course, this goes hand in hand with this program and expands greatly on building the urban canopy and acknowledges neighborhoods as well. And then on page 2, lines 4 through 10, we just had a correction here, thanks to, again, the director, to strike the Office of City Forestry, because there is no formal office of city forestry. And so that was a cleanup of sorts. And I think, correction of the name of Tree New Mexico rather than Tree NM. So it's pretty straightforward, rather lengthy amendment, but just mostly cleanup and improvement to the drafting. So I'll move amendment number 1. And Councilor Feeblecorn is seconding that. And we don't have anyone signed up to speak. Again, we appreciate the administration. Ms. Director Simon, I see you raising your hand.
Mr. President, I think I'm not sure. Thank you so much for the work on that amendment. I appreciate your responsiveness there. I think the only thing I may have also failed to include in my suggestion is on the last line of the bill, page 3, line 2, you have a date by which we would prepare an application process. And while we can be as fast as possible on that, I think we will miss a deadline of January 1, 2022. So I'd be happy if you change that to 2023.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Just to kind of highlight our process, that date is clearly erroneous. there's no debate about that. So given that fact, that's something that we would make as a clerk's correction when we're enrolling and grossing the bill. So that was noticed by our staff, also pointed out by Counselor Davis. We wouldn't usually need a formal amendment for that. We'll go ahead and take care of that when the bill is finalized.
Thanks. Thanks for catching that, Director and Counselor Davis. All right, well, we're back on the bill and I'll urge your support and ask Counselor Feeblecorn if she would like to speak at all further.
I will echo your urging of that support. This is a really important program that in my district is very popular. So I hope we can get this in place and keep the trees going into the ground all around the city.
It's really fun watching the day when the planting days and the days leading up to it, and neighbors are coming out, and they may not be that well organized on many things, but they love to get their trees, and it's great watching them all out working together on a brisk fall morning. So we'll go to a vote, councilors. Thank you.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Happily, yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Graf,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
That amendment passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you, councilors. And there being no further business, this city council meeting is adjourned. Oh, hang on.
The bill has amended.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was the amendment. I'm really getting old and tired after all. Okay, so we're back on the bill. That was the vote on the amendment. So now we're back on the bill.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Feeblecorn,
Yes.
Counselor Graf,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Lewis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena, Counselor Pena.
I don't know if there's a delay, but I'm saying yes, so.
Thank you. Counselor Sanchez,
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
All right. Everyone have a happy Thanksgiving. There being no further business, the city council meeting is adjourned.